Can we start with an opening prayer? And that is the second stanza of the national anthem. Please, can we do that? O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and live in just and true. Great lofty height attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. UAC, change Nigeria, Nigeria first. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly permit me to proceed with the program while awaiting the moderator. It is in our own character in this organization to ensure that we keep the time. And if you check, certainly it's 11 o'clock now. So we proceed. If you have the program before you and you look at it, we move quickly to the introduction of guests. Please, can somebody gather the name of other dignitaries? I mean, the schools that are around. But meanwhile, let me quickly proceed to get all our resource persons to the front table. And I'll be starting with the keynote speaker, who is General Buba Marwa, the chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. He is currently caught in between transit as is meant to present the country's position at the United Nations at a conference that is ongoing. But he has done well, and technology has aided us. He has recorded entirely his lecture or his presentation, so we're going to be watching him live speak to give us the keynote address. But even notwithstanding that, he has deemed it fit to also send to us the Director of Communication, Corporate Communication, am I right, Mr. Femi Babafemi, to equally represent him, who is equally capable to address any other issues that might be coming up in the course of our engagement today. So on this note, may I therefore invite Mr. Femi Babafemi to please proceed forward and step into the shoe of General Buba Marwa as the keynote speaker, while the presentation will be done. Thank you very much. We have some other dignitaries that will be engaging us today and chatting the way for us. I want to thank them equally for being very, very prompt. Most of them haven't been here almost an hour before this event is commencing. And we actually be equally inviting them. I will start with Mr. Osayode Agoje, of the Giza Initiative. Please kindly step forward, please. Thank you very much. Next, to be invited to the front table for the purpose of our conversation today is Dr. Adedeji Oyenuga of the Social Department of the Sociology Department, of the Lagos State University. You are welcome. Well, we are still expecting Dr. Michael Adadevo. Hopefully any moment from now he'll be here so that we equally introduce him. But I will to acknowledge the various schools that are present now and the various other agencies that are present. Okay, let me quickly acknowledge Major Adejumo. Is representing the Brigade Commander, Brigadier General Saracho. You are welcome. Thank you very much. And we have pupils from the various schools, Ikeja Senior High School. Please let us share them up. We have pupils from Eko Boys Senior High School. We have people from Okota Senior Grammar School. We have people from Okwebu Senior Grammar School also. We have also people from Ilopeju Grammar School, Senior Grammar School. Welcome. Ajawa Estate Senior Grammar School. And lastly, Ilopeju Junior Grammar School. If you notice that we have consciously made sure that we have physically present in this hall most of the people from schools. I'm sure it is instructive, and in the course of our engagement, I'm sure you will appreciate the reason why we have done so. As at now, I know that over 600 people registered for the virtual. I don't know how many people we have admitted so far. I understand that we are in excess of 100 people that are joining us online. We have encouraged substantially most of the people that have indicated interest to join virtually in order for us to be able to comply with the COVID protocol. But we believe that we cannot do with our children who are in the various secondary school who need to know more about this issue of drug abuse. So you are all welcome, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen that are present here that I'm not aware of your presence. God recognizes your presence. So everybody I acknowledge, you are welcome. I understand we also have another resource person here, Dr. Adeola Magiagbe, who is standing in for Dr. Tony Rapu of Freedom Foundation. You are welcome. Please, you may step forward, please. Yes, sir. So with that, I believe that I must have come to the conclusion of the introduction of guests. So the next issue, the next item on our agenda is the welcome address, which coincidentally I'll be the one to also present that on behalf of the organization that is United Action for Change. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all other courses duly extended, permit me to commence this welcome address by expressing our gratitude to God Almighty for sparing our various lives to today, notwithstanding the various challenges and calamities that is ongoing all over the world, particularly the coronavirus. We all know that in the last couple of years now, precisely true, several people are unable to be with us today for the singular reason that they've not been that privileged. So for that, permit me to express our gratitude to God Almighty for enabling us to be part and parcel of those who will be here seated today, engaging in this discussion. Having done so, may I therefore formally welcome all of you to this year's annual symposium of the United Action for Change, dealing with the issue of drug abuse in our country and the future of the country. By way of information, the United Action for Change was established sometime around 2015, essentially by people who believe that they are capable of occupying offices without, rendering services without offices. In other words, there are people who believe that they can add value to the society without necessarily having any expectation or reward from anybody. They are a group of gentlemen and men, able and at times some of them even physically challenged, that have chosen to add value to our society and the humanity in general without any form of expectation, as I've said earlier. They are men and women of great commitment to the virtues of humanity. In the group, like I said, are women and women of various trades. We have lawyers in our midst in the group. We have doctors, medical doctors. We have artisans. We have traders. We have entrepreneurs. We have people from all walks of life within the group. Like I said, they are resolute and committed in rendering their life to the betterment of the society. They sacrifice their time, they sacrifice their money, they sacrifice their energy and all resources at their disposal towards ensuring that the society gets improved. The interesting story is that, like I said, we have several, in fact, if you attend a meeting, multiple number of visually impaired people, but notwithstanding the supposed disability, they ensure that they do not only come to the meeting, they ensure that they even contribute in one way or the other, either through their skill or even financially and their time always. So to all these great men and women that have resolved to continuously aid the society, I say thank you very much, and may the good Lord continue to bless all of you. The goal, like I said, of the United Action for Change is essentially to continuously add value to the society by directing the goal of two things. We are present in some states and some of the local government within Lagos State in particular. Towards achieving our goal, we have programs that we run annually. Part of the things that we do annually, one is we organize annual youth leadership training. Every year we gather a number of youth, not less than 150 youths across the country, not even in Lagos State, who will try as much as possible to bridge the gap in their leadership capacity. We house them, we feed them continuously every year. And this has become part of our feature in here and out. Secondly, we engage in public interest litigation. In other words, we defend the defenseless. Through some of our lawyers that we have been able to defend a lot of people who ordinarily would have been unjustly treated by the society or the system. This is what we call public interest litigation. So we defend those who are weak in the society, who are unable to afford lawyers. We provide lawyers for them and fight their cause for them. Thirdly, we engage in what is called legislative advocacy. Legislative advocacy requires us to continuously review law or propose law or bills where necessary to improve the society. This group was the first to bring up the bill on whistleblowing. In other words, the bill which eventually was adopted by the National Assembly was drawn up by the United Action for Change. In addition, we brought improvement to the Freedom of Information Act. In fact, we drafted the Freedom of Information Bill for most of the states for adoption. Only a few of them, maybe about 3 or 4 of them, are so far adopted. We are still struggling with it by way of advocacy, but we believe that it is essential that they must equally adopt it. The reason why we are doing this is that some of the states believe they've been continuously contending that they are not bound by the Freedom of Information Act enacted by the National Assembly. Then our position is that if you are not bound by that, you are meant to do your own law, which we bind you. And of course, for obvious reasons, we know why they are running away from it, but we are still unrelenting in this regard. 4, this group also engages in community intervention programs. In other words, we visit various slums or community towards contributing a quota. In other words, lifting them out of the scourge that they found themselves. Most of our medical doctors in the group, they get medicine, they go to the various nooks and corners of those slums, they treat them, they upgrade them, and they try as much as possible to add value in whatever form that they can. We do environmental sanitation of those slums, along with our members from time to time equally under this particular program also. Again, of course, we do vocational training for our women, and we are programming the one for even our youth, since we discovered that the employment market is suffocated already. There is a need for alternative. We need to build their skill for alternative engagement. We also engage in civic education. We have realized that majority of the people who are voting or determining our leaders for us in Nigeria today have continuously been endangering us. In other words, there are people who are vulnerable. There are people who do not know the reason why they are voting, much less knowing who they are voting for or the pedigree of the candidate. So they end up voting along parochial lines, which continuously endanger all of us. Because interestingly, they are usually in the majority. And some who are even coerced into voting for a particular party or particular, this area, we believe that we must be able to establish the nexus between the importance of their vote that they have and their life for them. We must be able to demonstrate to these people that their life represent quality education for their children. Their life represent good medical facility, healthcare system for them. Their life is what we give their children an employment. Their life will take them, their vote is what will take them out of poverty. All these issues, we believe, must be done by those who are enlightened, those who are educated, and those who are available. This we have taken as part of our group also by way of civic education. This group engaged also in what is termed roundtable discussion of issues of national importance. From time to time, we table issues amongst ourselves and we invite experts from outside towards doing some diagnosis and of the problem, of the challenges that is being confronted by the society. This is part of what we do as members of the United Action for Change. It is an open group. It's not limited either by way of education or by way of any other qualification. People volunteer to join, and they join in, members contribute to sustain it as an organization. The event of today, as I earlier on remarked, is the 7th in the series of our annual symposium. In fact, we kick-started this program by way of a town hall meeting. The town hall meeting we held in 2016 was the first ever town hall meeting ever held in Nigeria. And it was held with the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Ochibajo. And it was after that that the federal government adopted the idea of town hall meetings all over the whole place. I think we deserve some kudos for that also. Second, we had the second symposium, which was led by Professor Fidelis Odita, Queen's Counsel and Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and the topic or the title of that engagement in 2017 was access to quality justice in Nigeria. In other words, we discovered that people were not really getting justice in this country. A situation where somebody will go to court today and for the next 40 years is still in court. Even if he wins eventually, could that be described as justice? Or how many people can afford good lawyers? The amount of money that's even paid to file processes, all these issues we interrogated during that particular symposium, and we came out with some prognosis, some way forward, which to a large extent we believe has been implemented. Now, the third one that we had was on constitutional restructuring and exercise in facility. This is what is going on in the last 1 year now. Since 2018, we have dealt with this issue. The discussion was led by Professor N. Udombana of the University of Lagos, and it's what is going on as to whether we need a new constitution or we don't need a new constitution. Do we need to just amend the constitution? Or all these issues we have dealt with, agitated, and made our own prognosis some few years back before even it came into the national consciousness. The first one that we dealt with was democracy without internal party democracy, a myth led by this discussion was led by Professor Lai Olurode. I'm sure that doctor will know him very well from the University of Lagos. He led, and former INEC commissioner, he led that engagement where we were saying that it is meaningless if election is conducted generally and the people and wrong people emerge from the process. In other words, if you have three parties and there is no internal democracy and they are able, the first party is able to impose on you an imbecile, second party brought an idiot, and the third one brought one charlatan. Among these three, the general public does not have a choice. So we interrogated the question of internal democracy, the imposition of candidate, and the issue of godfatherism during that particular section. Now, thereafter, we went to the issue of security, which is still ravaging the country now. That discussion, that symposium of right here was the lecture, the keynote was actually delivered by Mr. Raji Babatunde Fashola, SAN, the former governor of Lagos State and the current minister of housing, works and housing. He led the discussion, and the topic then was security of citizens as a social contract. It was very robust. In fact, I believe that if most of the recommendations that came out of that particular symposium have been implemented, we won't be where we are today. After that, last year precisely, we had our engagement centered around the contextualization of the rape culture and sexual assault in Nigeria to search for multidimensional remedy. In other words, we dealt with the issue of rape, which was becoming another menace in the country. It was a 4-hour engagement last year, for more than 4 hours. Interestingly, it was virtual, and we had almost at the end of 4 hours engagement, we still had over 400 people, something. In essence, we had people in attendance, over 400 people in attendance virtually. Today, we are dealing with the issue, another menace, great menace to our society, which is the drug abuse. Now, we are lucky today to have the man in charge of these affairs. In other words, the man that is expected to tame the drug abuse in Nigeria today. Let me tell you for free that the reason why we must engage in this discussion, it's not my role just to give you like a teaser. The various resource persons who are specialists in their own right will be able to extract for that. What are the issues, what are the challenges, and what is it? But for me, I'm sure there seems to be a consensus. In fact, at least from what I heard from NDLA, they've been able to establish a nexus between insecurity in the country and the issue of drug abuse. I also know that we are fast losing all our future leaders, our youth, to the issue of drug. It's fast destroying them. A lot of family units are getting equally damaged as a result of drug question. Mental ailment is on the rise as a result of this issue. So many of those, I can continue to replicate some of my own observations with regard to the issue of drug abuse in our society today. That is why the United Action Project resolved that this year we must address this question and be able to come out with a strong recommendation on the way to address the question. And the good news is that even from most of the people that register online, the kind of passion they demonstrated, the kind of concern is shocking. Most of them, if it's possible for them, they will wish to be here today to come and tell you their own story in one form or the other. Unfortunately, the COVID protocol will not allow us to do so. But notwithstanding, they will have, hopefully, their time to deal with it. But at this stage today, all it means for me is to now again formally welcome all you distinguished ladies and gentlemen and the pupils of various schools, gentlemen of the press that are present here to this year's annual symposium on drug abuse and the future of Nigeria. And of course, entreat you to please attentively listen and contribute in a manner that at the end of the day, we have a direction to go and we'll be able to resolve this challenge in our hand. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much. May God bless all of you. I understand that Dr. Michael Adadefo is here now, consultant cassette. You are welcome, sir. Please kindly come forward. I understand pupils of Ikeja High School too, you are around. Junior, Ikeja Junior High School. Where are you? Okay, you are welcome, please, sir. No, yes. Thank you very much for coming. I can see my wife too, Mrs. Banere here present. Thank you for coming. So at this stage, without wasting our time, I don't know whether our artist people are ready. I think let us proceed quickly to the keynote speaker's address.
Is Banere, convener of the United Action for Change, invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Moise, for your kind invitation for me to be the guest speaker at this event. I apologize for my inability to be here in person with you. I'm sure the time will come when science would have perfected bilocation for human beings to be in more than one place at a time. Unfortunately, we're not there yet. That is why I decided to record this for the event. Again, I apologize for being physically absent. I'm actually at this time airborne on my way to New York to present my statement at the General Assembly. If I had my way, drug abuse would be a topic of daily discussion in the public sphere across Nigeria. If not for anything, but to heighten society's awareness about the need to act decisively, urgently, and comprehensively against this pervasive, destructive habit. I believe the relative passivity of society towards the illicit drug issue, the failure to keep it on the front burner as a topical issue in the past decade, was partly responsible for the precarious situation in which Nigeria presently finds itself. Today, the country's drug use prevalence is both worrying and embarrassing, almost 3 times the global thresholds. For those that can read correctly the implications of Nigeria's illicit drug figures, there is reason to be alarmed. At this juncture, I feel that curbing the abuse and trafficking of illicit drugs has become a colossal task that requires collective tackling by society. The Nigerian drug statistics, I dare say, should give every one of us sleepless nights. If the global drug use prevalence is 5.6%, and Nigeria's drug prevalence is 14.4%, isn't that a wake-up call for us all to arrest the trend? The benefit of my experience as chairman of the Presidential Advisory Committee on the Elimination of Drug Abuse, PASIDA, and my present assignment here at the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, I have come to realize that while indeed a large section of our society claims to know what the term drug abuse implies, the understanding is vague and shallow. That is why these days I am motivated to avail myself of every opportunity to speak about the dynamics of drug abuse, the danger it poses for the individual, and the devastation it portends for society that is lame and lackadaisical attacking it. Therefore, it is an understatement to tell you that I am delighted to stand here before you to speak on the topic of drug abuse and the future of Nigeria. There couldn't have been a better time. This is a golden opportunity. Now let's start with the definition of what is drug abuse. Drug abuse is not a term that is difficult to define. Look it up in the dictionary and you will get straightforward definitions. The typical definition regards drug abuse as the habitual taking of illegal drugs. I quote, the habitual taking of illegal drugs, unquote. For this gathering, I will stick to the definition of the International Drug Control Conventions, which regards abuse as, I quote, any consumption of controlled or illicit substances, no matter how infrequent, unquote. In other words, you only need to abuse drugs once in a year. That's drug abuse. When a drug is classified as a controlled substance, it means its use, possession, and distribution is governed by law and regulated by government. Substance in this sense means drugs and chemicals that affect mental processes. Generally referred to as psychoactive or psychotropic, these substances in the bloodstream change a user's perception, consciousness, cognition, or mood and emotions. In addition, they have the potential of abuse and risk of dependence for users. That is why they are illicit drugs. The International Drug Conventions have classified these substances into 5 schedules, with the likes of cocaine, heroin, morphine, and cannabis leading Schedule 1, even though there are some questions on cannabis being moved. However, the concept of drug abuse is broader and beyond the list of banned substances. That brings us to the abuse of prescription medication. After doctors prescribe certain pharmaceutical drugs, patients tend to form the habit of buying such drugs subsequently and consuming them, neither on the order of a doctor nor by a doctor's prescription. That is also a clear case of drug abuse, no matter how useful the drugs have been. Pharmaceutical opioids, especially tramadol and codeine, are the best known examples of this abuse in Nigeria. Benzodiazepines such as Rednol and Valium are also abused by Nigerians. Even when such misuse causes no apparent harm, by and large, users come to depend on such drugs. An equally disturbing dimension of drug abuse concerns the misuse of substances not yet captured as illicit drugs by the non-conventions. Such substances, no less dangerous, come under different names and are generally grouped under the nomenclature of new psychoactive substances, NPS. Their production and sale are often carried out with impunity, which tends to deceive users that they are legal, hence the term legal high. They come in different forms, such as designer cannabis, aphrodisiac tea, herbal incense, social tonic, and party pills, to mention but a few. The common ones on the street are herbal concoctions. The best known examples are the so-called monkey tail, a breed of cannabis and liquor, and scotches, a dangerous mix of zobo, cannabis, codeine, tramadol tablets, which young people crave at parties. Some of us here can relate to the habit of citizens buying some unknown herbal potion from sellers at motor parks, on the street, or at social parties. Consumers hardly inquire about the composition of the drinks. All they care about is that such drinks make them active. The danger of NPS is obvious. They have no recommended dosage, are untested, and contain some of the most dangerous illicit elements that could lead to the destruction of body organs such as kidneys and liver. What is worse is that the number of NPS is unknown, and they vary from one place to another. Anyone can wake up one day and come up with a mixture of some lethal chemicals, and the public will start consuming such psychoactive drinks. When we add up all these, we will realize that the concept of drug abuse is more common in our society than we are readily aware of. Still, we can expand our definition of substance abuse to include excessive consumption of alcohol. This may come as a surprise to some people, but it shouldn't, because the short-term and long-term effects of alcohol are not unlike the consequences of psychoactive substances. While alcohol is licit, it still belongs to a class of drugs called depressants, and its abuse is linked to depression, and those who suffer chronic alcoholism have to be rehabilitated. That tells you it is not a substance that should be abused. Yet people abuse it daily. Ladies and gentlemen, drug abuse is a broad spectrum and it has many ramifications. The little we have shared should help some of us to rethink our idea of substance abuse and consequently take active steps towards curbing the occurrence. Now let's have a look at drug abuse trends, looking at research statistics, the arrest of traffickers and seized substances. The available data on the pattern and prevalence of drug use in Nigeria is courtesy of the National Drug Survey conducted in 2018. Before then, there was no official figure about drug use in the country. In the absence of valid, reliable data, various authorities and stakeholders had resorted to guesswork, speculations, and half-baked hypotheses. But today, the facts and figures being cited are in the realm of reality, derived from the findings of the National Survey on Drug Use and Health. Funded by the European Union, with technical support from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC. The survey gave us the big picture of the prevalence of drug use in Nigeria. What the findings showed us is a considerable high level of abuse of various psychoactive substances. Without boring you with humongous statistics, let me cut straight to the highlights of the findings. 1. Not less than 14.3 million Nigerians abuse drugs. 14.3 million Nigerians between the ages of 15 and 64 years. Among them, 1 of 4 drug users is female. 2. Expectedly, cannabis is the most abused substance by Nigerians. What is alarming, however, is that a staggering 10.6 million of our compatriots are guilty of abuse of cannabis. That number makes our country number 1 in the abuse of cannabis. Let us ponder over this a moment. 10.6 million is more than the estimated population of countries such as Greece, Azerbaijan, and Portugal, or our West African neighbor, the Republic of Benin. Indeed, Botswana, Lesotho, Swaziland combined. are less than 2.6 million. Here is the part that should worry parents. Most of the abusers first started using cannabis at the tender age of 19. And the highest level of use is concentrated in the youth age bracket of 25 to 29 years. Imagine that. 3. The highest abuse of drugs, according to the findings, are recorded in the southern geopolitical zones. Southwest recorded the highest prevalence, with over 4 million Nigerians indulging in the abuse of various drugs. In this regard, the Lagos oil axis is the epicenter of drug abuse in Nigeria. 4. The findings of the survey show that 1 out of 5 persons abusing drugs is suffering from drug use disorders. In other words, drug addiction. That counts to almost 3 million Nigerians. Very sad. Let us next consider drug abuse and future of Nigeria, a case for united action by society. We can speak about what the trend in drug abuse portends for the future of Nigeria this way. In doing this, it is proper that we are guided by available statistics, and I will draw copiously from the 2021 World Drug Report by UNODC, which says that by 2030, Africa will be a hotbed of drug abuse. The report notes that Africa will experience, and I quote, an increase in the number of people who use drugs in the next decade merely as a result of population growth. It is projected that the number of people using drugs will increase by 40% in Africa. When they say Africa, I want us to think Nigeria, because Nigeria has one of the highest drug use prevalences in the world, in Africa, of course. The report also notes inter alia that, and I quote, considering the age structure of the current population of Africa and its projection by 2030, the projected number of people who use drugs in the region would be concentrated mainly in the age groups 25 to 29 and 30 to 34. Ladies and gentlemen, if we read that correctly, the two age brackets symbolize youth in its prime. Away from statistics, empirical facts from anti-narcotic operations by NDLEA show us clearly that access to illicit drugs has become simpler than ever, with the dark web serving as a haven of illicit drugs. Now, drug addicts don't have to go out anymore. Data and debit cards, they can, from the comfort of their homes or any safe rooms, access social media by phones, search for drug vendors, carry out contactless drug transactions, and have their purchases delivered to their doorsteps. That is one problem area for now and the future. Another one is the continual growth of new psychoactive substances. As narcotics agencies concentrate on reducing the supply of the known illicit drugs, the drug underworld is busy experimenting with synthetic new psychoactive substances. The authorities could be none the wiser for many years. By and large, the outlook of the future will depend on our action or inaction at curbing the drug abuse trend. I, being an optimist, believe the future favors Nigeria, but only if we get our matrix right. A lot has been said about the future belonging to Africa. Indeed, the potential is glaring, when you factor in the continent's burgeoning youth population, the digital aptitude of the younger generation, and the enterprising spirit of young people. But a lot of work has to go into the making of that vision. If we read the statistics correctly, the world's biggest drug problem of the future could be in Africa. To worsen the situation, the catalysts for drug Armageddon are here with us. Poverty, bad politics, ethnic egoism, religious intolerance, interference by foreign actors, insecurity, you name it. So the future could be bright or bleak. It could be one of boom or gloom. It could be decades of prosperity or problems, depending on the amount of work we are willing to do today. Tomorrow, the saying goes, I quote, belongs to the people who prepare for it today, unquote. If we must have a better future as Nigerians living in Nigeria, we must, among other things, solve the drug aspect of the insecurity equation. We must cut out drug pipelines, mop our cities clean of illicit drugs, take out the traffickers, and reduce drug demand by treating those already addicted. And to a large extent, the NDLEA has put up a fighting effort. We have arrested over 8,600 traffickers, jailed over 1,600, counseled and rehabilitated over 4,000 in our facilities. Operatives of the agency have seized over 2.7 million kilograms of assorted drugs, which together with cash seized are worth over 100 billion naira. In the past 8 months, we have targeted drug cartels and successfully brought 5 drug barons to book. We are also pursuing their ill-gotten assets. With the war against drug abuse, WADA, with WADA initiative launched by President Muhammad Buhari in June this year, the NDLEA has introduced anti-drug advocacy across the different strata of society, from state to local and community levels. In a matter of weeks, we will kickstart our campus advocacy, which will be saturated to all 6 geopolitical zones. The future of Nigeria belongs to us all. As we are doing our bit at NDLEA, we expect society to complement our efforts by taking a huge role in preventing the young ones from falling into situations that encourage experimentation with drugs, whether licit or illicit. Every one of us has a role to play, and the simplest role is the role of advocacy. By spreading the message, we can all become anti-drug abuse advocates. Spreading the word about the dangers of misuse of drugs can go a long way in shielding more lives from the ruins of illicit drugs. This was aptly captured by the theme of 2021 UN Day Against Drug Abuse, which was, and I quote, share facts about drugs, save lives. Unquote. Before I round up my speech, permit me to leave you with these 2 nuggets of facts from the 2021 World Drug Report. 1, I quote, drug use killed almost 500,000 people in 2019, unquote. This is 2nd nugget, I quote, drug use disorders resulted in 18 million years of healthy life lost, mostly due to opioids. Unquote. Thank you all for listening.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mariah Afolabi Brown, and I thank you for joining us this morning. I'll be a moderator, and I think we all learned quite a few things from DG this morning. Please give him a round of applause again. Thank you. A few things that struck me from his comments is the fact that many of these drug users cannot repent, find it hard to repent, and some drugs are even captured, are not even captured, like the NPS, the designer cannabis, the herbal concoction that we even see most of our drivers across the country use it. Even regular workers still use these concoctions. Another data that struck me from what he said is that most abuse start as low as 19 years old. And I think some other foundations actually have lower numbers. The highest abuse is in Southwest, Lagos and Oyo. So our people here, Lagos and Oyo axis is like the epicenter. That should be troubling data for many of us. It says 1 out of 5 drug users have disorders, drug use disorders. That's the amount of about 3 million. He also said that reports in Africa says, well, Africa will become the hotbed for drug abuse. Social media sell, you sit in your house, you go online, you order, and they bring it. He said that's a major problem right now, and that's what they're facing. I know it sounds laughable, but it's a real problem, because I hear that, thank God I host a TV show, so when I talk to Mr. Wafemi all the time, they put them in cookies now. You can actually order cookies online, and they're drugs. They're all infested with cannabis, tramadol. We see them to the sale of these. It's also said that the world, we're going to become the world's biggest problem. And he just glimpsed through the problem, the reasons for this. He says poverty, bad politics, religion interference. And I really like us, and that's where I really want the crux of our conversation to be about, the causes and how we can prevent it, because the numbers he gave are startling. And this is something that's quite worrisome. Before we move ahead, I'd like to recognize the presence of a few, I think I have a school. For first, the NSCDC Lagos State Commandant, Ereka Edenabu Douglas Okoro, MSc, AC, MA, and CNA, ably represented by Assistant Commandant Kadiri Olariwaju Ibrahim, and the Public Relations Officer, Lagos Commandant, Assistant Superintendent of Corps, Abolorin Oluwaseun Olumide, are here. Please, let's recognize their presence. I also like to recognize the presence of Bolade Senior Grammar School. Are you here? Please, thank you very much. Please clap for them. Okay, so for those of you that missed the announcement of our panelists, I'd like to just go through it very quickly. I know I missed it, so I came in a bit late. So I know we have Dr. Martins Osayede Agoge GISA Initiative. Sir, thank you very much. We have Dr. Adedeji Oyenugas, Social Development LASU, Society Development LASU. Mr. Femi Babafemi, NDLA spokesperson. Welcome. I see you on camera, but we never really met. So now I'm seeing you for the first time. Very good. We have Dr. Adiola Majid Jagbe, representing Dr. Tony Rapo Freedom Foundation. Welcome, madam. And I think I have Dr. Michael Adadevo, who is a consultant psychiatrist. Welcome, sir. Okay, so we're going to get right into it. I'd like to, as usual, ladies first. So I'm sure you know you are going first. I'll give each of you, I'll say 10 minutes, although it says 15 minutes here, but let's start with 10 minutes. It's just to give a presentation, because you all individually have experience in this sector, and you have some knowledge to share. And I'd like to start with it because we know the Freedom Foundation has done quite a bit of work in rehabilitating a lot of young people in this group. So I'd like you to, I'll give you the 10 minutes to give a short presentation on your findings, what you've seen, well, how you've seen the drug abuse, what government's response has been, and if the people are even willing to rehabilitate themselves. Is there a mic for the panelists, or I'd give them this mic? Okay, let me give this one to you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll just give a little insight into what we do at Freedom Foundation. Basically, we are into partnerships for social transformation in society. And through the different programs we run, we are able to bring in people that.
Sorry, let me let you come to the part here so that all the media houses can grab stuff.
Thank you. So I'm representing Freedom Foundation. We are a non-profit faith-based foundation. And basically through our programs, we have a mandate for social transformation. And one of our programs is actually geared toward rehabilitating persons that are dealing with substance abuse disorders. And like we have seen the figures, they are very well known to us. Over the past 15 years, we have seen people actually transformed going through our programs. A specific program that we have is what we call the Houses of Refuge, or the House of Refuge, which is basically a rehabilitation facility that goes to rescue, rehabilitate through medical detoxification, treatment, and also what we call what is usually known as wraparound services. So we do a lot of therapy, both on the individual level, group level, family therapy, and of course, at the end of the day, we look for ways to reintegrate these people back into society. More recently, we found out that we need to actually scale up a lot of what we are doing, because one of the things is that most people dealing with drug abuse disorders, their families do not really know what to do. They need access to these services. And then what happens is, even after we've rehabilitated, because the scope of, it is a medical disorder as well, because as we heard, one of the things that happens is that once a person is addicted, even if the person wants to withdraw, the apparent need for the continuation of that, because it has become an addiction, continues to drive that demand. And so we have to deal with that. And so more recently, we have gone into a partnership at the very, just a few months ago, and then we launched recently what we called Operation Better Life. And Operation Better Life actually recognizes the socio-ecologic dimensions of this problem. And that's why I'm happy that drug or substance abuse is not just one single thing. It is not just at the level of policy where we want to reduce the supply. It is kind of multifaceted. There are things that are driving it, like the proximal factors of poverty, individual factors, people's ability to be resilient, from undue influence by family, friends that bring these things to them. There are interpersonal factors, and all of these are reflected in the panelists that we see here. Of course, there's the disorder itself that needs to be treated. And it is through partnerships and the access to these services within our communities that is going to help us solve this problem. And so in recognition of this multifaceted approach, we have recently launched what we call the Operation Better Life Initiative in Lagos. And the Lagos state government graciously is partnering with us. And what we want to be able to do is to replicate what we've done with the Houses of Refuge in every local government or LCDA in Lagos State. So what the idea is to have what we call community centers, in which we, through our sister organization, called God Bless Nigeria, we usually will conduct what we call outreaches. It's also important that we note something. The willingness of people to come out of drug addiction is a factor that determines the success of treatment or whether they will go back or not. And we've also seen that from studies, the emotional grounding of a person, sometimes through awakened spirituality, in this case, through our God Bless Nigeria initiative, when we go rescue them, they become more spiritually aware, and that itself brings a willingness to want to change. So it is not everybody. When we go into these outlets or these, let me call them the drug communities and the drug havens, which we do go, it is not everybody that is ready, unfortunately. And that is it. So, but when we go with spiritual care, so many of them become spiritually awakened, and that is who we bring in. So we have some kind of way of assessing them for eligibility into the program. And so we then bring them through the community centers. So with our sister organization, we have about outreaches currently in 16 local governments within Lagos State, and we want to scale up to all the local governments. Through these community centers, we're able to do outreaches we're able to offer what we call the initial wraparound services, counseling, therapy, grooming, because many of these people are on the streets, even though they may be functioning in one way or the other, but life has just become very, very meaningless for them. So basic things like grooming facilities, soup kitchen, things that give them a semblance of life again and kind of builds their individual and interpersonal relationships. We bring in through these community centers. There's also avenue for recreation. Okay. So these community centers, therefore, will serve as feeders to our main drug rehabilitation center, which we then just launched in Alausa on Sunday. Of course, we have these houses of refuge, which cater to another demographic. The community centers are meant to be within underserved communities where indeed we target those places where we know that drug use is high, where the poverty is high, where in those drug havens. And so we bring them in here. Within the drug rehabilitation, there is a detoxification system, so they go through for about 7 days to 2 weeks, and then they go through a program, an in-residence program, in which we then cater to some of these other factors. Of course, that means that we're catering to the medical side, getting the drugs out of their system, and of course, dealing with the withdrawal symptoms. And then, of course, the other parts of the therapy, which is, group therapy, family therapy. We go through what we call the 12 steps program. Many of us may know it through Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous. All of these deal with how the individual perhaps is able to respond to stress, is able to build their own capacity to be able to say no, even after they've come out of the detoxification program. Of course, at some point, we have case workers that are able, and that is one thing we have found as well, that a lot of the people that come out the streets, one of the key success factors is our ability to be able to reconcile them or reintegrate them back to their families, family reunion. And so a key component also is family therapy. We find out that a lot of the people that do not do well or continue to relapse, even though we know that relapse also is some part of that whole process of transformation. So some of them will relapse because it's a medical problem. But of course, they get back into the system, and we do these therapies again. Well, we found out a key component is that if the family reunion or the family factors are not right, or we're not able to get them back into their regular family and think there's no support, then the capacity for them to actually reform is limited, or the success. So we do that part of the intervention as well, and it's a key component of what we do, a key outcome, family reunions. And of course, that takes me to one of the issues around, what is really driving this epidemic. And like we've said, of course, we all know that there are many things that socialize children. Of course, the biggest one is family. And with the breakdown over time of values and the family system, it just gives that gap for children to be unsupervised and unable actually to cope with stress or the undue influence when they are introduced to these things. So that is a key component, and it is something that also needs to be recognized. What are we doing to support the family system as a society, not just at the level of therapy, but at the level of society? And I'm happy that we're beginning to see some policies at that level, talking of simple things like, okay, paternal, in quote, paternal leave these days is happening, not just maternity leave. Flexible systems of work, because why is it happening in the Southwest? Why are we seeing this perhaps in the Southwest? It's also because of the pressure, the commerce. Everybody is out working. Who is taking care of the kids? We cannot keep them in school. It's not the first socializer. It's not the school. The first socializing influence is the family, is the mother, is the father. It takes a village. It takes a village to raise a child. But where are those protective influences these days? So we've got to begin to think about what those policies are, because if everybody is forced, not really forced, but by virtue of survival, we have to all go out and the child is absent, the safety nets are disappearing. Of course, a lot of us when we were younger, we had our uncles, our aunties, even though our parents would work, but there was always someone. So that protective influence, when it's no longer there. But even these days, even when you are there in the same room with your child, they're on the internet. You don't know what they're doing. So we've got to look also at such, influences. Of course, on the level of the workplace as well, we also are doing things around prevention because it's so expensive to be able to rehabilitate even one person, and we are not even sure at the end of the day that that person eventually will completely reform. However, if we're able to delay the early initiation, from 19 to even much older, when the person of that child is fully formed and able to resist, and able to resist these undue influences, then we would have succeeded. So we look at that as well. Of course, the availability of treatment. Till today, we still keep getting calls from all over the country. I'm sure a lot of us have seen some of the stories of transformation coming in from HOR, that is House of Refuge, through, you could Google My Lagos Diaries, you'll see a lot of people. However, as an organization, just one organization is not able to cope with that. So we have a lot of calls from all over, from Abuja, we want to come, we want to pay, we want to do this. So at the level of policy and society, we've also got to mainstream the availability of drug prevention and treatment services. It should not just be domiciled at Psychiatric Hospital Yaba. or the psychiatric department of Luth, because it is not merely a medical thing. So we've got to look for partnerships that will actually make these facilities available within communities, even having a community center that just provides that awareness, the drug education, the skills, the life skills to be able to say no itself is an intervention that, you know, as a nation, we need to think to embrace. Finally, we need to look at the economic angle, and that is why I come to empowerment. So we have rehabilitated these people. We have linked them again with their families. But the drug use has led to a lot of things. They have not been able to function. They don't have the skill. They must have lost their jobs. They might have become, you know, they might have gone into crime. So what do we do at the end of the day? We have to find a way of empowering them. And that's why part of the Operation Better Life is also the last part before reintegration into society, is that we seek to, you know, kit them up for life. You know, whatever is driving that, whatever was the proximal factor, perhaps it was poverty because they are not skilled. We give them some kind of skills training, and of course, we graduate them. Ultimately, our aim is that even after that skills training, we're able to either set them up in business and also provide some kind of marketplace for them because of the stigma. Because once you have been known as a drug addict, no matter how reformed you are, nobody wants to do business with you, you know. So we've got to create the safe places for them to be able to be reintegrated back into society, even after, you know, the rehabilitation. So thank you very much. That is.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Magia. I like that name. Okay, so I was going to bring in, I mean, one of the things that struck me most and what you said is the importance of family therapy, you called it. And I think that's one of the key things that even after rehabilitation, the family factors are extremely important to keep these people healthy and don't go back to drugs. I would have loved to bring in Mr. Femi Wafemi, but I think I will leave him to the last because after all these news we've heard, I'd like to hear good news of the arrest, because I know the DG talked about 5 Borans have been arrested. You know, let us get some good news from you. So please prepare all the work you've done to combat some of these. Let me go straight to Dr. Adedeji Oyenuga, who is the Sociology Department in LASU. We're going to get about 10 minutes again. I know Dr. Adela used 12 minutes. Okay, so I'll give you 10 minutes and see how extra we can go. Thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much. There's going to be a slide for my presentation, and I'm not going to bore you with definitions because General Abuba Marwa did a lot of justice to that. So I'm going to go straight to the types of drugs that are commonly abused by young people, because I am focusing on young people. It has been established that about 4 million people engage in substances, and we already know, or we also know that majority of these young people, these people are the young people. So I'm going straight to the next slide. Still move. The next one. Yes, I'm going to be talking about the types of, I chose to use substances because drugs are just a very small proportion of the things that people abuse or people are addicted to. There are things that we do not talk about. We talk about that are not drugs, like the rubber, like the gum, like inhaling soak away. These are not drugs, but then they get the same feeling. And then you also realize that some of these drugs do not fit into any of these categories. Instead, they fit into all the categories. There's this one that is very popular now. General Abuba Marwa mentioned screws earlier on. there is the one that is called LA. LA has everything, it's all in one substance. It has India hemp, it has tramadol, it has refinol, it has codeine, and then every other thing that is necessary, including alcohol. At the end of the day, you just need to consume a very little amount for you to get the feeling that you desire. And then these are the different categories. And next slide, I do not have, because I want to talk about a research that has been done. Yes, these are the causes. Young people are always curious, so curiosity at times can lead them to that. We also have peer influence, and then we have the desire for long-lasting energy. Sometimes we also have the presence of adults or family members who also consume these substances. Now that is not listed there, but it is an important factor because we mentioned earlier on that where we have parents who also consume these substances, it becomes very difficult for us to integrate them into the program because they are the main factor. They are the role model to children. And then we also have, of course, a situation where these individuals also withdraw. Now, there's something I want to correct here. We've been talking about poverty as a major factor. But then I tell people that poverty is not really a factor because in criminology, we tell ourselves that poverty will only put you in a condition where you find it very difficult to resist temptation. So as a result, poverty is not really considered as a factor. Instead, we consider other things. And then we also know that the social media has become a very strong influence. They get the information, they want to have the experience, and then they do it on their own, especially when they are in the company of their own peers. And then next slide. Now, for children or for young people who are likely to engage in substance abuse, these are the things that you see with them. Signs of drug use or drug paraphernalia, that is, when you find them with things that are associated with the drugs, like the paper they use for rolling it, there's a name for it, I don't know. Okay, you know. Now, you see, most times when we talk about this and there are young people around, they always know. And that's the problem. They know first, and then the next thing, they find themselves in a particular group, they want to experience it. And then we also see that they identify with songs and other things that are making this drug culture very popular. And then you see in them physical deterioration. And then you also see a change of their behavior. A child that used to be very gentle is suddenly overly outspoken, not just outspoken, overly outspoken. And then, next slide. Yes, these are the things that you see in young people who are likely to engage in substance abuse, the risk factors. And these are the things that you see in young people who are not likely to engage in substance abuse. For the risk factors, they are usually aggressive from childhood. Now, there's also the lack of parental supervision because today, most parents are working. And then you do not have that person who will take good care of them as much as you would have done. And then they have poor social skills. They don't do well in school. They don't do well even among their peers. They're always at the back. And then they like to experiment with drugs. And then there is the availability of drugs. And then community poverty, you can see it's the last. It's not really a very strong factor because rich people, poor people all engage in substance abuse. Now, where the rich people engage in, those that are very expensive, poor people engage in the ones that they can afford. And that is why you find them inhaling, soak away, inhaling gases from gutter, from the gutter, and then from rubber, and then gum, and then any other thing that they can find that will give them the same feeling. And then in children who are not likely to engage in substance abuse, you find them having good self-control. Very, very important. It's not something that you find in every children. Parental monitoring and support. We always need the support of the parents. Positive relationship where they are able to relate with other younger people in the community and even older people. They do very well in class. They, of course, associate with school anti-drug policies, and then they are the pride of their neighborhood. Not just them, but then this thing that they get from their parents. The next slide. I mentioned this earlier. We can go to the next one. There's a slide for those who have their emails. You can always mail it to them. Yes, we're interested in this part. You see, I didn't just come here to talk about this. I came here because there was a study. And the study was carried out among young people in Etiosa local government. That is a blend of the rich and the poor. That is not a slum. Now, the study found that substance abuse is very prevalent, and you can see that like 93.5% of these young people are aware of the existence of these substances. Now, the one that more males engage in substance abuse than female, yes, they do. But you can see that the figure for the female is not that small. A lot of female children or female young people also engage in substance abuse. Sometimes they can be better than the male. I've been in a company of students where the girl won. And then we have seen a lot of pictures, videos on the social media where girls also engage in all of these things, like their own kind of competition. And I've also seen in a class where we have a population of about 140, and then more females engage in substance abuse, but then just the class. But generally, on the general scale, it's more of male than females. And then the one that is commonly abused, which of course has been confirmed by the presentation of General Buba Marwa, is in their aim. Now you find it in everything that they take. You find it in monkey tail, you find it in ele, you also find it in cruises, because it is one of the things that they use, and then they combine those medications that are prescribed for certain things. Next one, and these are the sources where they get these drugs: medicine, orcas, malam, and then street guys. And then the reasons include the fact that they want to feel high, they want to cope with academic challenges, and then they also want to be bold and express themselves. Now, the academic challenges is where I come in. Most times today, you find students having to present in classrooms. They want to feel high enough to be able to express themselves. I don't know why they need that, because if the knowledge is there, you just need the little boldness, and that you do not get from the substance. But then it is their own belief. Now, they also found that peer pressure, the environment, social media, lack of parental supervision, and the presence of adults or members of family who abuse substances are major factors. You can see I mentioned them earlier, but then this is from a study. And of course, there is a significant relationship between substance abuse and involvement in crime. Next one. Now, it is also important for us to note that it is not all these young people who abuse these substances that engage in crime. Not all of them. Not all of them engage in violent activities too. Some of these substances, we just get them to sleep. I don't know why they need that, because we can always sleep. Now those who engage in substance abuse also find themselves involved in violence and fights, bullying, cybercrime, and that, of course, these are the people that are mostly using substances because of the kind of things that they do. Those who engage in violence and crime have the drug or the substance as the gateway to all of this. For those who engage in cybercrime, they use it because of the kind of thing that they do. They are always seated in some places, and at times they need to be awake all night. They need something to sustain that energy. And then, now these are measures. I think there's still going to be a time for me to talk about the recommendation. I'm not going to mention the recommendation until my next presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. This is directly from the classroom, and I think we should take it serious because this is data that youngsters did themselves. I found it quite interesting. You know, they say that 63.5% male. It's yourself. The sample size was 400, I believe. 400. And of these 400, 68.5% are male, 31.5% are female. And the most used substance is Indian hemp. I think most of us have seen that. And it's quite interesting that what predisposes them most is peer pressure, bullying, and cybercrime. So to even do internet fraud, you need to use drugs to come. So that's double crime against yourself. I mean, it's just, well, we have to continue this. So let me move on to our next guest. And let me bring in Dr. Adadevo. The reason why I want to bring him in is because, okay, let me go, let me start with, I'll bring you in second to the last because of the medical part of it. But just give me a second. So I would love to hear from Dr. Michael Adadevo so that he tells us what happens to the mind when these children take these drugs. So maybe as parents, it will begin to understand the implications of this medically. We can help with that factor. But let me go quickly then to Dr. Martin Oshayinde Agogi. There's the GISA initiative. He's going to tell us also what they're doing. I know just like Freedom Foundation tells what they're also doing to combat this spread of this substance abuse as been corrected by Dr. Adedeji. Substance abuse, because it's not just drugs. Welcome to the podium, sir.
Thank you very much. First, let me appreciate the convener for the good job that you're doing. I'm glad to be here. My name is Martin Agoje. I'm the founder and executive director, Global Initiative on Substance Abuse, GISA, with a primary focus on promoting evidence-based substance use prevention, treatment, recovery, and contributing to policy through capacity building, practice, and publications. And I'm also the national president of the International Society of Substance Use Prevention, Treatment Professionals, that is ISOP Nigerian chapter. That is a body, a professional body responsible for collaboration across board, irrespective of professional discipline. So what that simply means is that everyone has a role to play as far as addressing substance issues are concerned. So in that case, we are a professional body from different fields coming together because we all have roles to play. But what is important in playing that role is that we are equipped with what ordinarily we are expected to do. That is true capacity building. So that is why the focus of GISA, for example, is building capacity, especially in the area of substance use prevention in the family, substance use prevention in the school setting, workplace substance use prevention, management and policy, and community approaches to substance use. Let me put it that way. So let me start by saying that Nigeria is in a crisis of substance use. And that is the truth. Nigeria is in a crisis. And it is a complex situation. And the truth about it is that there is no easy way out of it. It requires strategic planning and collaboration across board. For instance, I don't need to repeat the figures as presented by the Chairman Chief Executive Officer of NDLEA, General Buba Marwa, that we have more than 14 million people between the ages of 15 and 64 using psychoactive substance is an indication that we have a problem. And this figure is almost ×3 of the global prevalence. And among those who use these psychoactive substances, about 20% of them have substance use disorders. And when we say substance use disorders, that is where we start talking about the classifications. You know, not everyone who uses psychoactive substances can be said to be addicted. Not everyone who uses psychoactive substances can be said to be abusing it and things like that. These are more of technical professional definitions. But what it simply means is that 20%, about 20% of those who use these psychoactive substances have substance use disorders, meaning that it is already affecting their work, it is affecting their marriage, it's affecting their ability to control the quantity to use, when to use, where to use, and when to stop. That all of this, for different substances, you have definitions of what constitute disorders. And why is the case of Nigeria a bit different? Because Nigeria, in terms of that statistics of those who use psychoactive substances and those who have substance use disorders, Nigeria's case is about 11% higher than the global average. Why is it so? Because some of those who use these substances, they consume it in an empty stomach. This complex mixture. We talk about different substances, you know, the conventional substances and so on. How I refer to this, or I describe it, is that we are in the era of ingenuity as far as substance use is concerned, where you see so many mixture of unimaginable things. So, under classifications, we have what we refer to as stimulant, we have what we refer to, the substances we refer to as depressant, there are some we refer to as hallucinogens, and there are some we refer to as opioids. These are classifications, and there are some, like Dr. Adenuga said earlier, you cannot even classify under these groups. Each of these classes of psychoactive substances have different effects on the brain. Stimulants, for example, increases the activity of the central nervous system. Depressant reduces the activity of the central nervous system. Hallucinogens, that is where you see somebody saying he's seeing sound. For example, why? Yes, where somebody is seeing sound. Yes, those are the class of substances we refer to as hallucinogens. And the others, the opioid, for example, more of pain medications. So just imagine where these 4 classes are now mixed and consumed. The one that is stimulating, the one that is depressing, the one that is hallucinating, and the one that is addressing pain issues. You can imagine why we are where we are. That is why addressing substance issues, I cannot agree less with from what the Chairman, Chief Executive Officer said, NDLEA said, that substance issues should ordinarily be a daily discourse. It should be something we should be discussing on a daily basis. And that is the truth. And while discussing it, I want to add that we must also address it from knowledge point of view. Knowledge point of view in the sense that how we communicate substance issues also either act as protective, or eventually it could act as risk factors. In other words, the intention might be to talk about prevention for people not to use it, but one may end up initiating people into substance use if one acts out of ignorance. Because come to think about it, or come to think of it, people use these substances for different reasons. And the reasons, to some extent, are obvious. We have talked about some risk factors. And some of these risk factors are real. No two ways about it, are real. Some persons are passing through, some persons are depressed. Some persons have anxiety disorders. Some persons are frustrated. Where they don't have appropriate areas or areas of help, then they resort to what possibly is available. And in some cases, substances are available. And the question is, does these substances address these issues? I must tell you from scientific point of view, yes, but temporary relief. Persons who are under these situations or conditions are not actually looking at tomorrow. They are looking at how to address their situations now. They are looking at how to address their challenges now. That is why the focus of my NGO is more of prevention. And when we talk of prevention, we talk more of addressing those risk factors. What are those risk factors? And we must address them from scientific point of view. Until we identify these risk factors, the Chairman Chief Executive of NDLEA already mentioned some of them. Dr. Denuga already mentioned some of them. And there are many more. If these risk factors are not identified through research, for example, studies, then it becomes difficult to put action to aspect of what possibly one may refer to as sensitization. And let me just digress a little. Like I said earlier on, there's so much of talk now about substance issues. But the more we continue to focus on people who use these psychoactive substances without addressing those risk factors why they are using them, then we can hardly achieve expected results. Because these risk factors are there. I don't want to disagree much with Dr. Oyenuga when he said poverty is one of the least risk factors. That is why we actually refer to substance issues or what put people at risk as more of biopsychosocial. It has biological component, it has social component, and it also has environmental component. So all of this, no single factor predispose or put an individual at risk. So what may be a risk factor for those who are more or less in affluence may actually be a protective factor for others. So that is why it cuts across. And that is why for different settings, for example, within the family, there are risk factors that family need to address. Within the workplace, there are risk factors, just like Doctor said earlier on. Within the workplace, within the community, there are risk factors. And within the school setting, there are risk factors. So all of these settings, the risk factors within these settings need to be addressed so that we promote protective factors and reduce risk factors. And I tell you, prevention is not a destination. It is a process. That is why at times I refer to it as more of adaptive challenge as against mechanical challenge. And how do I mean by that? If it is mechanical challenge, it's like your tire, the tire to your car is faulty. You just remove it, replace it, and you move on. But if it is adaptive challenge, it means that as you are addressing one, be looking forward to other risk factors to address. And that is the truth. We cannot shy away from it. And let us also not forget that there is genetic vulnerability to substance addiction. And at times we forget about that. There is genetic vulnerability. We can also relate to this. There are families we know, for example, The great-great-grandfather possibly died of alcohol-related complications. The grandfather died of alcohol-related complications. The father died of, or the father is presently having alcohol use disorders. So just like we have diabetes and high blood pressure, that is what science is telling us. So if one knows that the family vulnerability or genetic lineage is such that one needs to be careful of these substances, the tendency is that one should even avoid it completely, just like people start addressing these issues of high blood pressure and diabetes. So these are some of the areas we need to start looking at so as to address these issues holistically. So on the very last note, or one of maybe second to the last, I will say what the UAC is doing now is part of what we should be doing, collaborative efforts. And that is why I talk about a culture of substance use prevention. And that culture of substance use prevention should be that all of us come up with collective responsibility towards addressing the issue of substance use. Of course, the government agencies can do much. The truth about it is that they cannot be everywhere. They cannot be everywhere. So we need to evolve family approach, community approach, workplace setting approach, and of course the school setting. And within the school setting, we need to build the capacity of the school functionaries, the teachers, the school counselors, and even the students to address substance issues within the school setting. Incidentally, my NGO is carrying out a project in 15 schools in Lagos State, 15 secondary schools in Lagos State, being funded by United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime from Vienna. On that, the schools have taken ownership of substance use prevention in their respective schools. So that is one of the ways to go. And at times we focus so much on adults, the young ones, but the truth about it is that there are many adults who are using these substances because of their work environment. Let us not forget that. And also, the challenges that adults are facing too are already putting them at risk of substance use. We need to address all of this holistically. Because of time, I say thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I found that very interesting because my own personal bias is on the issue of prevention. So I found that presentation quite interesting because he kept focusing on the risk factors, which I think is crucial. He had talked about depression, anxiety, frustrated people, and even, I'm not sure if it was Dr. Yenuga's presentation that mentioned lack of confidence. When we raise children that don't have confidence, they're easily bullied. Some of them are timid and they don't have a mind of their own and they're easily influenced into these substances. So, and he said that the factors are biopsychosocial, which I think is also profound, so it cuts across various levels. And it's asking that we promote protective factors. And this also comes from family and community at large. Thank you very much, sir. I think that was an interesting presentation. I'd like to move very quickly now to Dr. Adadevoh. And one of the reasons why I'd like to bring him on is because we need understanding of what happens to these people medically. Yes, we see the physical manifestation. Yes, they're sleeping so much, they are disoriented. Those factors are there. But I would like to know what happens inside and how does that begin to affect them physically. Please welcome Dr. Michael Adadevoh to the podium. Give him a round.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the organizers of this important program, important for many reasons. I also want to highly to really commend the chairman of NDLEA for his erudite presentation. He's touched on, virtually every facet of the menace of substance abuse. I also want to thank or to appreciate the earlier speakers who have done very good justice to the various topics that all the various angles in which they looked at the topic. Well, I'm a clinician or psychiatrist. So I will share with you our experiences, with the people that suffer from substance abuse. The general made mention of the definition of substance abuse in various ways. So just to say that substance abuse, the definition, you can see it anywhere. Google, your dictionaries, Now, what we see in the clinics is what I want to share with you. Now, we're dealing mainly with what we call psychoactive substances. And they include the illicit drugs, prescription drugs, and alcohol. Now, these drugs have effects on the mind, the behavior, and the body. Actually, I came here with a presentation, but having listened to others, I decided to put it away. So I will only share with you, what happens in the clinic or on the wards. Now, these drugs cause what we call mental disorders. Mental disorders. When we talk about mental disorders, we're talking about an individual who is experiencing abnormal psychological symptoms. And some of them include, for example, hearing voices, seeing things which are not there, and of course, some of them exhibit violent behaviors. Now, the people who are exposed to these things, it cuts across all facets. It cuts across all social strata. We have students, we have workers, all forms of professions are exposed to substance abuse. Pilots, medical doctors, teachers, even this might surprise you to hear, people in the religious fields. Yes. Pastors and prophets. That's correct. Some of them own ministries. Now, the reason why we are very worried about substance abuse is that for a number of them, once they're exposed to these minutes, their life is gone. They never return to normal. Some of them, their homes are broken, and so on and so forth. What about the financial toll in management of people under the influence of substances? It might interest you to also know that these drugs, have various or different addictive tendencies. There's a drug we call cocaine. It's widely used, very expensive. But the thing about cocaine is that if you make the mistake of getting exposed to cocaine, you can be instantly addicted. And it's the most addictive substance known to mankind. The sad thing about this is that those people who eventually get hooked on these things are not aware of the dangers these things portend. Some feel, oh, it's just for recreation. But the moment they get involved in this thing, they find out that they're in for the long haul. It also takes life. You've had, several cases of people that have lost, young men and women that have lost their lives as a result of exposure to psychoactive substance. Some of them are so lethal that as you're taking it, it develops what you call cardiac arrest. And some actually die at the joints where these things are being used. I would like to spend some time on alcohol. Alcohol, it's culturally accepted substance all over the world. But we're talking about the misuse, abuse of alcohol. Alcohol is also known to have dependency, which many people are not aware of. So you start with social usage. Through limited social usage, individuals get addicted. And when you get addicted, of course, it starts with having a tolerance. You start with one bottle of the alcohol or beer. After a while, the one bottle is not able to give you the a carton. So you find yourself that you will not become an alcoholic. Now, serious medical toll on individuals. But before the introduction into these things, the individual is not aware. So we have alcohol causing what you call liver cirrhosis, liver cancers, cardiac problems, and even mental problems. I'm sure all of us, or most of us, seated in this place, have had contact with alcohol at one point or the other. Am I correct? Am I correct? Yes. As innocent as it looks, it has high potential for causing serious psychological and bodily harm. Now, substance that is very commonly used, you know, the general mention is cannabis. Cannabis is found to be the commonest substance abused among the youth from age 15 upwards. Now, the reason why cannabis is so abused is one, it's very cheap. A wrap of cannabis is about 100 naira. It's very available and very accessible. Sometimes you have children even below the age of 15 experimenting with cannabis. Now, a lot of people are under the wrong belief that cannabis does not cause mental illness. Cannabis does cause mental illness. It does make you to lose your mind. You hear voices, you have abnormal thought processes, and you engage in violent behaviors. Cannabis has stolen the future of young men and women. There are a lot of young men and women who have lost their future due to cannabis. Why? Because this substance called cannabis sometimes has the potential of permanently damaging your mind that you never return to normal. You never return to normal. So you cannot, engage in your career, your education, and all that. It's lost. So you become a burden on your family. It's quite destructive. I think the moderator is standing up, so I will hand over the phone to her. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't want to take you up on that cannabis because there's an international debate on the medical uses of cannabis, but it's all good. I hear you. I mean, abuse of anything can be detrimental to health, certainly. But I think Dr. Dadebo reminded us that alcohol, it's easy to gloss over alcohol, because we all drink it, champagne in the bottle, wine, one glass here, 2 glasses here. But he has reminded us, aside from all the substances, alcohol is equally can be abused. And I think that's an important information. He also reminds us that our leaders, pastors, probably politicians too. You didn't have politicians. There are no politicians here. So, Abby, so they are also part of it because we see them. Some of them are all using drugs, and let's call them psychoactive substances. And they can be fatal. People can actually die from these. So before I bring on our final speaker, I would like to specially invite him not just because I have had him on the show that I host a few times, but because I think NDLA, I don't know how they introduced earlier, but I think NDLA has done quite a bit of work. I mean, I must say there's not one day I review the papers and there's nothing about there's no news on a bust by NDLA. Please give them a round of applause. Like literally now, it was so much that, because there are 4 ladies on my show, it was so much that one lady now made it her own point of duty. Let me just be the one to always look for NDLA. So we'll look per point, okay, you're NDLA, okay, let's Mariam story, man, we left NDLA for you every day. And I think that's an amazing job. I mean, so you've done a lot of work, and we had calls to bring them on the show a few times. How do you find these people? You'll be amazed where they find these things. It is so unimaginable where they find how they bust them. You see them, they display it. And you're thinking in this Lagos or in this country, people going on routes to either to France or to London or to all these other countries, and you're thinking, in this our same Nigeria. So please join us. Join me as I welcome especially Mr. Femi Obafemi to help us, hopefully also give us some good news on how you are busting them. So it's not all bad news. Yes, we say we know it's bad, but tell us the bad guys have been caught. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my sister, the moderator. I most appreciate Dr. Mohiz Banire, the convener of UAC. He's been a selfless person for over the years, someone I've known for over 20 years. He's been serving this country in various capacities, selflessly. Thank you very much, sir. I also want to appreciate the experts on this side of the hall for all they have done. Basically, I think everybody here who had spoken had painted, their presentations had painted a very grim picture of the reality on ground as far as drug abuse and trafficking is concerned in Nigeria today. The chairman of the NDLA himself had laid a very strong foundation for that in his keynote address. What I just want to add briefly is it will also serve as advice to the young ones here and also parents here. There are some new trends at the moment which we're tracking and following. And that has to do with, you see, we're talking of abuse. Yes, the young ones are abusing drugs, but what's in recent arrest, what we're also discovering is even the young ones are now the one trafficking these dangerous drugs. Sometimes I feel like weeping when I see, I'm talking of this week alone, who had about 5, I'll call them underage, 15, 16, 13 years old, selling drugs. This is frightening. I'm talking of reality now, not abuse. I'm talking of selling cocaine, 13, 14 years old, school children, out of school children. And what we're discovering is these criminal elements are using these innocent minds to move these drugs around to sell with the hope that because they are young, you will overlook them. You will not want to search them. You will not want to. There's a tendency that you won't suspect them. And when I see them, their pictures, because I get these reports as the arrests are made all over the country, almost on the go. You see, when you arresting an average of 50 persons, traffickers, almost on a daily basis, it can be very heartbreaking when you are seeing young ones also involved in this thing. So, what am I saying? With this trend, and again, I also need to tell us, because they now know that we are on social media tracking them, that is the Instagram, the Facebook, where they market this thing, they know we now get them there. What we have also discovered, I also want to tell our parents here, there's something on what, WhatsApp is encrypted. They know it's, they go there, hide under group chats, and they display these things on their WhatsApp status. I don't know, those of us who are technology savvy here, parents, please do go to your children's phones. Check the groups they belong on WhatsApp. Check the messages on the WhatsApp status of the individuals in those groups. That WhatsApp status is what they use, some of them also use to market drugs. So that thing is sold within the group to make it difficult for security agencies to track them. please, we all need to open our eyes. NDLA is doing its bit, like the moderator has said. We daily arrest these people, whether at the seaports, at the airport, the land borders. What we have also discovered, again recently, because they know that it's pretty difficult for them to come through the airport, the seaports. Now they go to our neighboring countries. I won't want to mention names. And now try to come in through the jetties in Lagos. Through the jetties. But then we, by the grace of God, we act, we work on intelligence. We are also moving to those areas, so they'll be having us to contend with it also through those jetties. I just want to leave us with one paragraph to ginger us. We are all gathered here, we're talking about the future of this country. And here we are, I think the majority of those we refer to as the future of this country are the young ones. Here we have majority of the people in this hall today, they are students. But if we fold our hands and allow things to go the way they are, that future may not be there. We may not have that future in the coming years. And so I'd love to stress that we all owe it a duty to rid the nation of the drug menace and safeguard the country's corporate existence. We must always keep in mind that it is our society, it is our children, it is our youths, our people, our future, and our culture that are under attack and in danger of being replaced by the drug culture. Let us together arise in unison against this dreaded menace. Always remember that together we can. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. That was very brief and impactful. Okay, so I think we're going quickly now into our comments and questions segment. Okay, so I have a representative from Ministry of Education, Mrs. Shunaye Tescom Suleiman Ajayi. Please, could you wave, let us know where you are? So, welcome, 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 very, very welcome. We also have some schools that are joining us. Idiaraba Senior High School, are you there? Please wave, let us know where you are. You're very welcome. We also have Idiaraba Junior High School, are you there? Welcome. Then St. Joseph Junior High School and St. Joseph Senior High School. Please wave where you are. Thank you very, very much for joining us. So we're getting now to the meat of the matter, because after we've heard all this information, it's important to have questions and let's have a discussion. And that's where I come in. I mean, I'll need a roving mic for questions and some for the panelists. So if somebody can help me with that. Okay. So my first question will probably go to, thank you. My first question will probably go to our last speaker, because he's the authority from the NDLE, and I'll ask my first question, but I'll also throw it to the floor. So please, if you have a question, kindly indicate by your hand. Okay, I have Dr. Muhiz right now, would like to have. That's number one. Man in the white t-shirt, number two. The lady in the blue, number three. Number four, the man in the wine cap, and one more, the woman at the tail end, number five. So that's our first batch. So I'll start with Dr. Muhiz, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so my first question to you, sir, and it's because of, I'm told we have an online. I didn't even realize we have online. See, please wave to us. Let us know that you're listening. Fantastic. Well done. Thanks for joining us online. So my question to you, when you let me start with Mr. Babafemi. When you arrest these youngsters who are trafficking, based on your presentation, what happens to them? Is it rehabilitation? Is it arrest? How do you help them? Do they get integrated back to society? What's the procedure when you arrest youngsters who are trafficking cocaine?
I did mention that we arrest quite a number of suspects every day, but then it has been presented. It's not every one you arrest that is abusing drug that is a criminal. Even though it is established there is a strong nexus between drug abuse and insecurity. But then we must emphasize that it's not everybody that is a criminal. So in some cases, depending on the assessment of the arresting officials, some of these people, they need help. And so the first thing that comes to mind is, you just imagine if we have to be throwing everybody we arrest into jail. A lot of them will come out, given our peculiar situation, a lot of them will come out worse than they were before they went into jail. So the first thing first is to assess their situation and see how help could be offered. Some will go through counseling, some are referred to other facilities for help, because as we normally say, for instance, the abuse of drugs or addiction is an ailment like any other ailment. So it must be treated that way. Otherwise, you will not encourage those who are in their homes who need help to come out because of the fear of stigmatization. So depending on the situation, depending on a lot of factors, a certain decision will have to be taken whether this person deserves to be prosecuted or deserves to be treated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the first question, I don't know which of the panelists will respond to it. And there's this impression out there that the entertainment industry appears to be one of the harbinger of substance abuse. I don't know the correlation between the industry and substance abuse, because most of the time they say they need to stay high to be able to confront the other, to be able to, I don't know. So any of the panelists who want to respond. The second question is, in terms of the risk factor that Dr. Martin alluded to, all these, there are so many of them. How do we track them so as to be able to even address them? Because they appear to me to be a bit nebulous, that if somehow intractable, you try it here, it goes there, this one is there, this one is there. And like you said in your presentation, as you are trying to tame this one, another one is trying instead. So I don't know how we are able to do that, to address or contain that. Then the last one is, for a group like ours, that I don't know which of the presenters or the panelists actually spoke about, I think it's the same NDF or so, spoke about the fact that everybody I think it's Dr. Majia that raised that issue, that there is a need for communal or grassroots involvement in the advocacy and the campaign against substance abuse. I don't know which of the NGOs or if it's NDLA that has that capacity to be able to train people who can be advocates in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me start with Dr. Oyenuga for the first question, and we'll come to you for the second, and then Dr. Majabi for the third question. No, I think it's mixing it up. But let me start with you, sir, for the question, the very first question.
Thank you very much. So many things have been attributed to, we call it pop culture, because you see that these are individuals who are really trying to do something, and then they face huge crowd, and then they are under a lot of pressure that they do not want the world to see. So sometimes they need to do that. And you know, these individuals are also role models to a lot of young people, and that is where it comes in. they are modeling after them. You see, in the same vein, we can say that these individuals are also helping to promote cybercrime. There are lots of songs that are promoting cybercrime. Now, it's because they talk about all these terms, they talk about the usefulness of all of these things. There are songs that are particularly composed to praise substance abuse. A lot of them. And these songs got awards. So there is no way young people, no, they already sing it. So once they become popular, they sing it, then it won't really mean anything to them when they take them. So they are role models. And it's because, you can see that it's an external factor. These individuals are not the parents, but then they are part of those who socialize these young people. It's that part, modeling. I hope I've answered the question, sir.
Yes, the question was how can, or what organizations can engage in grassroots advocacy? Okay, all right, thank you. I think that question is really for, yeah, because he's the one involved in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. First, let me talk about the risk factors. There are different levels of risk. And that was why in the first place I said that prevention is not a destination, it's a process. And it is an adaptive challenge. For example, there are children out of school. The children out of school, the fact that they are not within the school setting alone, puts them at higher risk compared to children within the school setting. Let's assume that we now address the high number of out-of-school children in Nigeria, or let's say we reduce it. As at the time you bring them into the school setting, you now have to address some risk factors within the school setting. Because some schools, even though we call them schools, you will agree with me that a school where children are sitting on stones or learning under trees cannot be said to be a conducive learning environment. In schools that do not promote positive school climate also put the children at risk. During the training of teachers, for example, there are some terms we use for the children because within the school setting, according to Bloom taxonomy, cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domain of learning, which simply means bonding and love is part of school activities. But where teachers call their students Olodo, for example, that may just sound simple, but that may end up sending the child out of school. And if the child is not within the school setting, he will be out of the school setting. And that out of the school setting possibly will not expose him or her to substance use. So, talk about the workplace setting. If the work environment is not even appreciating the effort of staff, and staff are working under pressure, that on its own puts the staff under pressure. At times, you talk about long hours on duty. In some cases, psychoactive substances, especially the stimulants, are used to stay awake. In some cases, they are under some kind of pressure to be able to sleep. And they now use depressants to be able to sleep. This environment would have put them at risk that it may just start by, let me just take it just for 1 day or 2 days. Before you know what is happening, addiction would have set in. The problem would have started. So that is why I said during my presentation that there is no easy way out of it. It is for us to get involved through capacity building. Incidentally, I didn't hear any of the schools here being one of the schools or the name of the schools that we are working with now being mentioned here. If you go to these schools, they have taken ownership of addressing substance issues within the school setting because they now know more of what constitutes risk within the school settings to address them and promote those protective factors. The same thing within the family setting. If parents are not sensitive to what could put a child at risk, of course, children will be exposed under that condition. And we also know that there are challenges with parenting these days. I must tell you, there are challenges. So these challenges, definitely, the children will look for one way or the other to address certain things on their own. And one of the ways could just be using psychoactive substances. And because of the age, the age brackets here, there are certain things I would not want to mention. Because some of these substances too, some people use them to enhance their sex drive. Of course, secondary school students also know that they have studied so much of biology and so on. So, but these are not things one should be mentioning because they want to address certain challenges. So what should be the alternative? All of us should be the alternative, knowing what to do at each point in time and each of these settings. Thank you.
So the third question, I'm not really sure. I think everything has been addressed already. So I think because we have the online community, I'm going to alternate. So we've had one from here. So let me alternate from online so that we're all in together. So I'll pick one person if I come to the man in the white t-shirt. Don't worry, I've not forgotten you. I have the white t-shirt, I have the blue gown, and I have the wine cap, and I have the one at the end. So I know you exactly. But let me pick the first person I have from online. I think we have John Best Uche. Let me start with you. Please unmute him so he can ask his question.
All right, a very good morning. Hello,
go ahead. Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is John Best, and I'm a social advocate, leadership advocate, development advocate, and of course, I represent an organization, Young African Leaders Initiative. I'm also a regional leadership center alumnus, River State chapter of Young African Leaders Initiative. Okay, my question is, what are the measures that have been put in place? Because on the chat button there, I've actually been dropping some messages there regarding what the NDLA could actually do to encourage local advocates or local NGOs that are trying within their own capabilities to ensure that this message of this message or the campaign against drug abuse is actually taken to the community. Take for instance, on the day of June 26th, marked regularly or usually as the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, there are organizations that actually take it upon themselves to ensure that the local people on the street, the common man on the street, and every other person in the community, they actually get this message. The theme 2021 talks about sharing facts to save lives and all of that. For us, as an organization, as an NGO that I manage, we went on the street of
Thank you, Uche. I got the question. So let's because we have a lot of time. Uche, I got the question. So he wants to know, how is NDLE partnering with local NGOs to achieve that sensitization across? Because you can't do it alone. You obviously need help. So let me just let him ask the question right straight up.
Thank you. As far as advocacy is concerned, we definitely is not what we can do all alone, and that's why we encourage people to buy in and take ownership of this. And we walk through quite a number of our partners, the NGOs, faith-based organizations, community-based organizations. And what we do mostly is when they have events, we do send our officers, our trade personnel to such events to collaborate with them. In some cases, we also take some educational materials to such events, also for the benefit of the audience, the gathering. And beyond that, like at the moment, one of the first things the chairman did when he came in January was to set up a special purpose committee of quite a number of professionals across board. And this is to help him to get this committee to mobilize quite a number of other organizations to get involved, and through them, the messages are taken down to the local communities. As even in some cases, when we visit a state, we go down to the villages, the chairman himself, to interact with the individuals there with the hope of enlisting the support and the partnership of the local NGOs and community-based organizations in that particular road. And we'll be doing this, and it's quite, we're getting positive results. That is the much, I'm sure quite a number of people would be expecting funding, but in the area of funding, there are challenges, and that's why the agency is not a funding agency that would probably be funding NGOs that are involved in the work, but then it's a partnership, and we believe we're doing the best we can in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Please give me a round of applause.
So available data that have been talked about here shows that over 14 million Nigerians are said to have abused drug. So I want to ask if it covers those who take overdose of paracetamol, and those also Lipton tea, Nescafe, or it's just hard drug intake. Secondly, to the NDLEA, I want to ask, the moderator actually asked something close to what we want to talk about now, which is that beyond the arrest, what else is done? And a little away from that is to ask, because one of the speakers also said that research is important in this. So do you research into those people? What do you do? Do you follow them up? Do you get data that could help curtail the extent of that could help you in your war against drug abuse? And lastly, I'm aware that recently when General Marwa came in, he made partnership with a number of media houses. So I want to ask, so that should translate to the fact that almost everybody is aware of what you do. So since everybody is aware that if you're trafficking drug, NDLEA is going to arrest you, is that affecting the number of arrests? As the number dropped, so if it doesn't, then what are the next line of actions to be taken? Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so just for others, please restrict your questions to be one, so that everybody can have a chance. You know, it's just 30 minutes, and we don't want to have to spend so much time on it. So I know Dr. Bumi started that, but I have written him after he did his. All right, so that's 3 questions. Me, I drink coffee. I didn't know that coffee is part of this matter. Please, I'm going to come to Dr. Dadari for that one. That coffee, Lipton, can you overdose on those? That's one thing. I think that was the first question. And media partnerships. And I think the second question I lost it, but I'm sure maybe the speakers got it. Let me start with you, sir.
Thank you very much. The substance in coffee is caffeine, and caffeine is a psychostimulant. And it also causes insomnia. I'm sure many of you will agree with me that in those days, when we were in school, if you want to stay late, if you want to read late into the night, we'll take coffee. Sometimes we chew cola nuts. You remember? Yeah. In fact, what happens is this: because of the insomnic effect of this psychostimulant, you see, you end up having diminished sleep. Okay? So when you have prolonged or chronic sleep deficiency, it causes your brain chemistry to malfunction. You begin by having signs like, easy irritability, poor cognitive functions like, forgetfulness, making silly mistakes, and we've actually had people who develop frank psychosis as a result of chronic sleep deprivation or prolonged sleep deprivation as a result of exposure to psychostimulants, i.e. caffeine. So, yes, but we preach moderation. Sometimes when people have a tight schedule, they'll drink some coffee to be able to do their work and all that, But caffeine also has tendency for dependency. Yeah. So, it's also classified under the psychoactive substances. So one has to be very, very, very careful, when you expose yourself to some of these substances. Thank you.
I think me is going to get checked too, because I take a coffee a day. And when I drink coffee, I sleep. I think I'm in Nigeria, and I just know it doesn't affect me. So God, I pray I'm not a drug addict because I take coffee and I sleep. Anyway, the second question is concerning media, right? Partnership with media. How much of media have they used, and how effective has it been? I think that summarizes your question. Would you like to take that? Yes, please.
Yeah, I think the second question you actually missed out is what we do with the data we collect, and in the course of our research, I think that was how I was able to come up with the issue of some of the new trends. These things are usually helpful in operations, planning, and also in the sharing of intelligence with within the agency, other security agencies, and foreign partners. But then whether it discourages them, it's a different thing. What we do find out is that, yes, we're busting them, napping them every day, but then they are becoming more disingenuous. Yeah. And how do I mean? Let me just give you one or two instances. You wonder why or how a human being would consider hiding cocaine or heroin inside a statue of Holy Mary. Yeah, is that ridiculous? And is that then some, like we discovered last week or in recent weeks, now degree certificates. They will need to open up a degree certificate and hide cocaine in between, close it with the hope of sending that abroad. We've others discovered that. Unfortunately for them, they don't know that these things, in this age of technology, even if you like, hide it in your skin, technology will bring it out. Then you also wonder how somebody would go abroad to go and build heavy machines just for the purpose of bringing in drugs into Nigeria, as in machines that cost multi-millions, as was discovered at the Apapa port recently, weeks ago. Some elements went to the Middle East to build heavy machines and hid the drugs we call terrorist drugs, Captagon, with the hope of bringing that to worsen our situation in the country. But unfortunately for them, we had intelligence on that as far as March this year. And when the thing eventually got there, it was almost confusing until we brought in the sniffer drugs that discovered which parts of the machines these drugs were hidden. So they become more disingenuous, but then they don't escape this thing. As far as the partnership is concerned, it's a whole society approach. We are partnering with everybody because we all have to act in unison together. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the lady in blue, please go ahead.
How protocol do you observe? I'm particularly asking this question concerning our students in secondary school. So I want to know, the NDA, the founders of NGOs, what else can you do in a more proactive way down to these students? We are lamenting in schools that students are given to drugs, and you see them in action. Even before I left school this morning, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of troubles after this ongoing exam, promotion to SS3. Some of them cannot be promoted, and I know they want to be aggressive. What can we do again? I know they not necessarily be in senior school, right from primary school, junior school, and they form a clique, and they misbehave. There's nothing you want to teach them that they can comprehend. So please, it's real. The children are given to this drug matter in school. What else can you do? Because I believe there should be solution.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a heartfelt question, obviously, because that's somebody who experienced it firsthand as a teacher. So we see abroad, they come with weapons. They have all these, they are metal detectors, you know. So every country has their own peculiar problems. So our teachers are faced with these high, they're coming to school high. They are aggressive. It gives them confidence, boldness to talk to your teacher. How can people like this manage that situation? What else can you do to further assist them? Who would like to make some suggestions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for asking that question. I'm going to borrow some ideas from our NDLE man here. Earlier on, General Buba Marwa mentioned war against drug abuse. I think since he is already talking about community enforcement, then it is important to bring WADA down to the grassroots. By the time we take it down to secondary school students will think that they are a part of the enforcement. So they will help you expose all of those that are peddling it, moving it around, that are even using it, because they are going to feel like law enforcement agents themselves. So I think it should be brought down to the grassroots. It is the only way out. Because if it is coming from NDLEA, not funded, then secondary school students will want to be a part of the enforcement. That's my own contribution.
Would you like to add to that?
Yes, I just wanted to say that one of the things that we have done as funded under the UNODC is really to look at delaying early initiation for the use of drugs at the level of schools. And we have done that in this same way that he has alluded to, using the student themselves as peer educators, such that it's like reversing the negative peer pressure and turning the peer pressure on his head and making it positive, you know, so that you are creating that oasis of an informed student who knows what the problem is with drug abuse and all of that, and using that as positive reinforcement to their own peers. Because truly, like you said, you know, there's that aggression. It's the age of, in quote, coming into their own person. They don't want to listen to the authority figures. But when you use their peers to actually talk to them, for those that are not yet in it, to prevent them, and then for their peers also to be able to refer them, you know, for those that are already using it, to refer them to services that already exist within the community. And that's where I think that, like I was saying, that we need more community-based approaches where we can actually catch them young. We are trying to bring up community centers where children can also walk in, get educated, and then of course some of them do not need admission. Some of them are still functioning. You know, it has not completely affected their education, so they don't need to come in for maybe medical detoxification and all of that, but through counseling, through other interventions available in that community center, they are able actually to maybe reduce use and eventually get sober. But we need more NGOs at the community level who can build that bridge and that the capacity within the school, and also act as referrals. And in this vein, I would want to say that perhaps it's time for us as a fallout as a United Action for Change to look at building a database of drug abuse management resources, of NGOs, of treatment organizations, of advocacy organizations, and even donors, and then we kind of localize it at the state level and at community level, so that at any point in time, people in school will know, okay, where can I refer this child to? Or because somebody somewhere is looking to offer some service, either to that child that is already abusing substances, or maybe to build capacity in the school. So I think we need some kind of directory or database that, as a fallout, we really need to begin to work on to integrate all of these efforts in one place and present it where the need is. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so I have to go online. I'll come to you, the gentleman in the red cap. Just give me a minute. Let me go online. I know I had a couple of people waiting. If I can get a visual. I know there was an Ikachuku, I think. There was an Oye Kachuku, yes, Alaka. Let me come to you. Please, can you kindly unmute her? So let's hear her own question.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. It's been beautiful what's been happening today. This week, all around the world is the World Mental Health Day. And we cannot overemphasize the effect of drug abuse on our mental health. I'm saying this because in the facility where I work, there is a young girl just above 20 who has been abusing drugs for over 10 years. And she has been to our facility severally and has relapsed severally. And she's here again with us. And before she came here this time, she went to the NDLEA rehab, but found out that the place is not conducive for female patients. So she came here. And it's clear to us, after we've been taking care of her, that she's a serious addict and would really need some drug abuse treatment, rehab, a very comprehensive one, which our hospital doesn't have. Our hospital is the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital. Substance abuse is something we can't deny. It's all around us. And plus the effect of the COVID-19 lockdown. I mean, we had a surge of young people come through, and my concern here is outside advocacy and every other thing we've talked about. How do we help these people amongst us who are already addicts to drugs and substances? Because I can provide, how are these people helped? A lady under 30 has relapsed up to 10 times. There is no hope in the future for her. We don't even know how to refer her correctly. So how do we equip our hospitals to handle this menace? That's my question. Thank you very much.
That's a valid question, because it's difficult to have these people rehabilitated. There's always that chance, that probability that they will Let me come to you, sir, to help us with this question.
Thank you very much for that question. I have actually been in this field for years, and that is why presently my focus is more on prevention, because addiction is defined as a chronic relapsing brain disease. Addiction is a chronic relapsing brain disease. So what that simply means is that relapse is just common among persons who have substance use disorders. And globally, I will tell you that out of 10 people who will go for treatment, most likely less than, say, 4 will not come back for treatment. In other words, success rate is less than 40%, which means there is the tendency that even after treatment, persons who have gone through treatment will relapse. And in this field, we take relapse as part of treatment. So what that simply means is that you don't reject based on the fact that the person has relapsed severally. So that is why it is better for us to do whatever we can do so that people don't start using these psychoactive substances. Why we don't reject is because you never can tell. It might just be that last one that may eventually make the person not to use substances again. And at times, we focus so much on abstinence, total abstinence. And when it comes to total abstinence, that could be very challenging for some psychoactive substances. For the class of opioid, for example, heroin, one of the best ways to manage heroin use dependence is through medication-assisted treatment. In other words, you're using one psychoactive substances, of course, which of course does not have consequences like heroin or side effects like heroin to manage disorders of heroin. But these are also seen by reason of, for some reasons, as substituting one psychoactive substance with another. So some persons have different perception about that. So until we have all of this, better understanding of all of this, that addiction is a chronic relapsing brain disease, that we should not moralize, the better, so that people who are suffering from substance use disorders will get the best of treatment. And of course, treatment could also be very expensive. And even after treatment, there is still high level of stigmatization. So that also brings us back to the issue of collective ownership and having a better understanding of what each person or each setting or sector of the society need to do as far as addressing this issue is concerned. There is no two ways about it than having to play complementary role. Even in the area of prevention that the participant from the school mentioned, it has to be a complementary role from the family, from the school, and the community. The school setting alone, the school is a community inside a larger community. So the school community can do much, but it needs to collaborate with the larger community to address substance use within the school setting. So it must be through complementary role. But what is very important is that the school functionaries need to be trained to be able to have a good understanding of what constitutes risk within the school setting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So I must recognize the presence of Banyere Olayinka, CEO, Links. Please, where are you? Please, can you wave? Thank you for joining us. I can't see the person here. And also we have Mr. Lebeti, Paul, Director, Co-Curricular Science and Technology Education, District 6. He gave an approval for the release of the students. He also represents the Tutor General PS, District 6. Please, where are you? Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure having you in our midst. Okay, so I'm going to go to the gentleman in white. I have some questions from online who have written out their questions. Hey, if you see the question I'm even seeing here, I'm thinking to myself. One says, how often do I need to take codeine to be described as abuse? Mudara. Anyway, that's from me. I won't mention your name in public, but don't worry, we'll come to that. Let me go to the man in white, ask a question, I'll come to the questions online. Please go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, all protocol duly extended. My question goes to Dr. Metiabi. You made mention of spiritual care. How genuine is using spiritual care to solve the problem of substance abuse? Thank you.
Thank you for asking that question. So I think in no other area in health does the definition of health, come to bear as much as in substance abuse disorder. According to the World Health Organization, health is defined as a state of complete physical, mental, social, psychological, and even spiritual well-being. And like all the panelists have said, addiction must really be, you must treat all aspects of that person. So while it is a brain disorder, that has all of these symptoms, you cannot afford to neglect one part of that person. So you are treating the physical thing, you are treating the addiction itself, but you also have to, in rehabilitation, we talk about medical detoxification, that is trying to get the drugs out of the system of the person and managing the withdrawal. But you also have to have what you call wraparound services. How do you counsel the person? How do you take care of the breakdown of the family? How do you address the issues of the internal person that is not able to say no, the assertiveness? Remember during the presentation, we talked of children that perhaps have low self-esteem. They're kind of inward looking. They don't have self-confidence. How do you address those things? Those are wraparound services that cater also to the mental, the ability for that child or for that person to be able to be strong enough within themselves that even when the craving comes, which it will come even after they have gotten the drugs out of them, but to be able to say no to themselves, that's power of agency to say, I am having this craving, but I'm not going to do it, So all of that is integral. Now, where the spiritual comes in is in some of the approaches that we use. If you're familiar, there are different treatment approaches, but at Freedom Foundation, we try to use an integrated one. And we use what is common in the 12 steps method, 12 steps, whether it is Alcoholics Anonymous 12 steps or Narcotics Anonymous. And it tells you that you've got to depend on a higher power outside yourself. That is, many times, these addictions are so big, they kind of overpower even your will and your sense of agency to say no. So what we say is that one of the things that our clients have to recognize that actually there's power outside yourself also available to you. And that's where the spiritual and what we call pastoral care comes in. That is, even when you've reached the end of yourself, you can actually pray. So we teach them those spiritual disciplines also that are able to help them cope with the cravings that biologically they will still have, even after they've been detoxified. We have also found out that, and some research supports it, that even for the initial period when people want to commit, because we've got to get them to commit. If you don't get them to commit that, oh, I want to be free, it's not going to be successful. So one of the things we found is that part of our rescue efforts is to, first of all, because we are faith-based, use our partner organization to preach to them so that they come to a spiritual awakening and they have a motivation to want to change, and that aids their commitment and then their adherence to the rehabilitation, and then their ability also to cope with the propensity to relapse. So these are the approaches, and it's been studied, it's still being studied, and I believe that, yes, we do have relapses, but I think the spiritual element is also something that, we need to tap into in an integrated intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're doing very well. We're wrapping up very soon. So I'll take 3 batches of questions, or 3 questions actually, from the online, they're written out. Okay, so this one was directed specifically to Dr. Martins. It says, please ask Dr. Martin, how do we bring on board evidence-based media prevention? Is it media he wrote? Medical prevention in our society. How do we bring about evidence-based medical prevention in our society? The second question I've already directed to Dr. Odebe says, how often do I need to take codeine to be described as abuse? That's number 2. And number 3 says, what's the role of women in aiding drug abuse in society? That's another day. Actually, let me acknowledge the names of the people that wrote the questions. The first question was from Sonny Oluwaroti Bilikis. The second question was from Kennedy Esiet, and the third question was from Mr. Olumide Olawale. Okay, so let me start with Dr. Martins for that question. It says evidence-based media prevention. Medical, I keep saying media.
I'm actually trying to reflect on evidence-based medical prevention, right? Okay, if it were to be media, possibly more related, but evidence-based medical prevention, yeah, I think we possibly need to check very well. But what is also important, when we talk of evidence-based, we're talking of what are those things that have been tested, that have been tried and proven to have worked. And if they have been tried and they have not been evaluated and proven to have worked, it cannot be termed as evidence-based. And I tell you with all sense of modesty that for a very long time, our prevention in particular, our prevention approach have been more of trial and error, right? Because we hardly evaluate what we are doing. We go to schools, for example, we make our presentations, talk about the different substances and the consequences and so on. After that, that is the end. What impact have that made? What impact can we say that made at that point in time? Do we go back to find out whether that message or the information we passed across made sense even to the students in the first place? And science has also tells us that one episode of intervention does not work, which means there must be some kind of sustainability. I will keep referring to the present project, in 15 schools in Lagos State. I just hope that resources will come so that we replicate that project in more schools in Lagos State and even possibly to other states in Nigeria. That project was for 1 year, working with the school for 1 year. I said was now because we started in September last year and ending it this October. 1 full year by first training the teachers going back to the school to train peer educators, which a doctor made reference to earlier on. This time around, the teachers from the schools, based on the knowledge and skills, train peer educators, and these peer educators are now impacting the other students. And the teachers are also impacting the parents through the parents, teachers, or teachers forum, or parents forum. And they're also reaching out to the other teachers in their respective schools. So, and from each of these schools, 4 teachers were trained for the purpose of forming what we refer to as a team, prevention team. So these are things that have been tested and worked in other parts of the world. Now replicating it in Nigeria. So in that case, we are saying this is one of the evidence-based interventions. And let me not also forget, the teachers that were trained together with the students now put in place what we refer to as prevention policies. Because you go to schools, what is the prevention policy in place? Nothing. If the policy is not in place, what do you rely on? And we go there, we talk to the students alone, forgetting the teachers. Who talks to the teachers? No, it is like the students' issues, forgetting that some of the teachers constitute risk for the students. They use these substances within the school premises or even send some of the students to buy these substances. But this policy applies to both the students, the teachers, and even the parents and visitors as far as the school setting is concerned. Then you set the standard for these schools. And each school is unique in its own way. So when you're doing things like this, you are practicing or providing evidence-based interventions because it has been tested and it has worked. And we are also at least evaluating what we are doing so that we'll publish it to the whole world, how effective it was at the end of the day in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the second part is coding, sir. How much of it should we use?
Yeah. If you recollect or if you remember in the definition of substance abuse by the general, the chairman of NDLA, even a singular use constitutes an abuse. And codeine, it's an opioid. It's a narcotic substance and has tendency for, to develop a tolerance leading to dependency and addiction with the associated problems. And the problems that dependency gives, you see, it starts with the exposure to the substance, So if he's listening, if the young man is listening to me, an exposure to a substance that is not prescribed constitutes, especially it falls under the psychoactive substances. Thank you.
Some will argue that codeine is off the counter, it's in the cough syrup. So are you saying I should not use cough syrup again?
I will describe to you an experience I had with a pilot some years ago. This pilot was abusing codeine in cough syrup. In fact, long story short, we have to ground him. It's not my flying. Codeine is a substance that has the property or can cause dependency and all the other things that follow substance abuse. Okay, and it's a dangerous drug when it's not supervised. It's a prescription drug. You will recollect that some years ago, this codeine was banned in this country because of the pandemic or epidemic use of this substance. You know, it's developed an epidemic proportion that it has to be banned. I'm sure you will recollect that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so I'll come to that question a bit later, but we have to wrap up soon because, as I said, I have limited time. So I'm going to take the lady with the head tie. I think we have Mr. John Uchemoke. He's been waiting for a while, so I'll take him, and maybe just a couple of more in the studio. I've seen more people. All right, madam, please, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, House. All protocol duly observed. I'm sorry, I'm taking the House to another ward. That is visually impaired ward, blind ward. As a visually impaired person, I'm a visually impaired person rather. In our kingdom, as a blind kingdom, we have causes of blindness, mostly this glaucoma. Like blood pressure in the body, the causes of blood pressure in the body, is it the same thing that causes the high pressure of the eye? That is one. Then secondly, like in our world, that is blind world. At times, we know we are blind. We can't see. But at times, there will be a situation that the eye, the pressure will be so high that you yourself, you will not be yourself again. But yet, you are not saying no, but that situation will also come. You will not be yourself again. Then that situation, at times you will use paracetamol, it will not go. You apply your eye drop, it will not go. But we know, it's not. I was not blind from right to class. So it was when I joined the group, I experienced it. So during that time, they will ask in our group to say, this Indian hemp, just small, they will give you to take. You will chew it, just small. You should. You will not sleep off. It's not everybody that does off, but it will work. It will reduce that pace automatically. So I'm asking now that all this thing we are doing, is it not dangerous to our health? But really, it works for us. But for now, it's not dangerous to our health. And secondly, that tablet they are using for body blood pressure, can't it work for that eye pressure also for us? That is it. Then on women, thirdly, we women, we have a hair creams that has a hair breakages. In the hair cream, they will add in this Indian hair to it for hair growth. Is it not dangerous for us as we are using it to make our hair grow? I won't run mad.
Thank you.
That is it.
Thank you very much. Okay. So these are valid questions because I grew up with one. There's one in particular, is a brown container like this as a child. It was Indian hemp. Yes, we all use this as children. So, and I know that abroad the debate continues that in prescribed, if it's prescriptive, it can still be used in certain areas. So I think that's her question because in her kingdom, as she has kept saying, the pain is unfathomable and you can't relate because you're not there, but they need something to kill that pain. And is this something that can be prescribed? How often, where do we begin to say it's abuse? Who would like to take that? Okay. Everybody else actually continue.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to empathize with the lady with the problem. I think what's talking about is glaucoma. It's glaucoma has to do with high pressure. it's one of the eye diseases, and the people that treat those, we call them eye doctors or the ophthalmologists. So I would advise that you consult an ophthalmologist for proper care. Now, using Panadol with the hope of ameliorating high pressure, I'm afraid. She mentioned Panadol also. Yeah. Okay, so I'm afraid that cannabis on the hand cannabis has several what we call positive effects. Some of them include, for example, it increases or improves your appetite. Okay, it also increases or improves libido. It enhances your physical performances, and so on and so forth. But the damages the cannabis does far outweigh the so-called positive effect. We do know that cannabis does cause mental disorders, and it has destroyed the lives of many people. Studying the future, literally. So cannabis is not advisable. I do know that or clients, they approve the cannabis. I also don't know medicinal cannabis. What CBD. So the cannabis has various variants. Okay, yeah. So the ones that are used for medicinal reasons or purposes are variants of the hazardous cannabis. So with a summary, I will advise you not to expose yourself to cannabis because it has the potential Thank you.
Thank you. So in a nutshell, pretty much that's been publicly prescribed. I'm snowman, so I don't know about things. Okay, so let me take Mr. John, the chairman here from online, so that we can I'll take just 3 more. Yes, just 3 more. And I'll come to you in a minute. Yes, Mr. John, are you there? Kindly unmute him, please.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I want to appreciate the moderator and the guest speakers. Actually, I've joined this program in the past 3 hours, and it has been an educative one. I'm the convener of Urbanizing Suguta constituency, and in the last 3 years, I've been the founder of this organization. We major on educational rights, health, and political participation, particularly with the secondary school children. There is a woman that asked a question on the awareness towards getting much people involved at the rural area, particularly the secondary school. I have the same question to ask because in the last instance of 3 students having issue when writing exam, it kinds of a lunatic experience, and when it was diagnosed, it was found out that they were given to hard drugs. That is number one. Then, particularly in Ubuta in Imo State, so many of their young youths are ardent addicts. Most of them take these e-cigarettes, marijuana, and cannabis, particularly the one they call the Shasha e-cigarette. Once they take it, you will see them behaving abnormal. Some of them will just go into the river, some will run into the bush, some will climb to it. My question is, what is the advocacy at the rural area? What is the level of advocacy, and what are the partnership the convener of this program are reaching out to maybe some of NGO or schools at the rural area in order to terminate, because particularly in the Ubuta, the rate is very high and it needs to contend for the future of the young population. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. John. I know the NDLE answered that question, which earlier concerning partnerships, they acknowledge that they won't do it alone, but I know there are also some remote areas, different states. So maybe I should come to the convener to help. What partnerships are you doing? Maybe you can take a different angle. What partnerships do you have to help to ensure the continuous implementation of this matter?
Well, I think it's the reverse now, because the question, the answer should come from Dr. Martina. Actually, it's not our area of expertise at all. That's why I asked the question the last time, that how do we ourselves collaborate with them to help them in their own area of expertise, because we do not have the capacity.
So let me throw the question. I know NDLE has already answered that question, but should I come to you, Dr. Martin? Would you like to see?
Thank you very much. You see, the truth about it is that each community is peculiar in its own ways. And I said it earlier on. Until people within that community realize that there is a problem and they come up together, they think together to say, how do we address this problem? Then now receive expert support to build their capacity on what constitutes risk within that community, so as to minimize the risk factors and improve protective factors. Every community has what is going on well in the community. The fact that you have faith-based settings in the community alone is a protective factor, which means people are religious. They believe in God. They can relate with the pastors. They can relate with the imam. They can relate with the traditional rulers and so on. The fact that you even have law enforcement personnel in a community, for example, is a protective factor. The fact that you have community leaders, these are protective factors. They need to come together and say, this is our problem. Until they have that collective ownership of the challenge, it becomes difficult to have collective solution or way out of the challenge. So that community is peculiar in its own way, right? People within that community need to realize that. Then we start talking about partnership. Like I said, the primary focus of my NGO is capacity building. I also want to borrow from the words of the director, media advocacy of NDLEA, that the resources not always there. So we also need some kind of support, funding, to be able to extend this capacity to different settings: family, workplace, community, and the school setting. So once we have, of course, there are people that are philanthropists who may want to support this cause, then we come in and extend this capacity building. Thank you.
Thank you. So convener says he does not have the capacity. Your own initiative said you don't have the capacity. NDLA say I don't have money. So where is the capacity coming from? It is where. Okay. Well, okay. So you have capacity, right? Because you are from. Okay. Let me come to you, because I would like to take. I haven't heard from the children. And I really like one or two questions from them. It's important because at the end of the day, they are here for a reason. So speak amongst yourselves. Let us know. I need 2 questions from you. I'll take 2 more questions from the adults. I think I have a few hands, but I can't take everybody. And I don't want to look at anybody's face. So please, so guys, please, I need two questions from the children. I'll take adults. Because I'm a woman, I'll take you, no problem. Yeah, your own is in the bank. I will not pick one person. There's a gentleman that told me earlier, and then, so I'll take 3. First one, the gentleman in black, and there's a man in the blue. Yes, those are the 3 we're taking. I'll take 2 more from the kids. Let me let Dr. Adiala talk, answer the other question.
Yeah, okay. So I don't think any one single institution has the capacity, and that is really because everybody has a role to play. However, I will say that at the policy level, it has to become a priority, particularly the agencies of government that also oversee these settings. So yes, NDLEA oversees the supply setting, cutting off the supply, good. But in terms of the interventions, who are the policy, what is we need to think of the overarching agencies that actually can enforce or can institute policies. And I believe that if we're going for prevention, that falls in the purview of the ministries of education. We need to know how we can develop some kind of policies around drug-free schools and mainstream it. That once you have the policy component, you have then created a demand for all of us to be able to come in and feed into that. But if there is no policy, we will just be acting on, okay, we know there's this area of need here, there's that, we try to mobilize. However, those agencies, whether it is, the Ministry of Education, and I think that is where we need to intervene actually to create drug-free schools so that it is not just because as an NGO, I'm based here and I'm doing this for my community, but I actually have maybe the Federal Ministry of Education or the Lagos State Ministry of Education having that policy that I, as an NGO, can key into and another NGO can key into. And we just kind of mapping all of the communities in Lagos or in Nigeria. We have different community-based organizations because there's a policy drive that stipulates that this has become the standard and it is recognized. I think that if we have that element, we will be in good stead. I want to just make a reference to, remember when HIV was, an issue. So there was the NACA, but then there were multi-sectoral interventions. And I was part of the NYSC intervention that brought youth corpers to actually train peer educators, very low cost kind of intervention, but very effective in schools. So we could explore such options as well. It's just about getting the policy right, and then we bring together all the stakeholders. Thank you.
I know we have the Ministry of Education, so let me not start a debate, but let's move on. All right, so I know Dr. Adadi wants to add something to.
Thank you very much. I think we are talking here about an intervention that will reduce exposure of our youth to drugs. Okay. So that's what we call drug demand reduction. Apart from, the NDLEA, they are, yes, so they arrest and prosecute, okay? But said that they have been empowered by the policymakers, in the House of Assembly, the executive and the legislatures. Now, to be able to effectively reduce exposure to substance and harmful drugs, we need to create an awareness in the schools via education, even inculcate some of this into the curricula of primary schools and secondary schools, because we are emphasizing on prevention, So there should be a development of curriculum, which has to be backed by policy, maybe through the Ministry of Education, whatever, so that across the nation, because if you are really serious about drug demand reduction, if you're really serious about curbing the menace of substance abuse, because if you see the statistics that the general, the chairman of NDLA, showed, they are really frightening. They are really frightening. But his presentation actually mirrors what I wanted to present before, so I just collected my own as I talk about. So we need to. So if you are really serious, we need to ensure that we create an awareness, at the grassroots, nursery, in fact, from nursery, playgroup, nursery, rhymes and all that, so that they know that drug kills. They know that drug kills, So when that is inculcated into their psyche as they grow up, it becomes a mind culture, you see. So they become the vanguard and they will not fight these things. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so I'm going to come to the floor now. As I said, I've already picked 3 adults and 2 youngsters. I have 4 questions here. Please, I can't take any more. All right, let's just, so that we all run on time, okay? So I have 3 adults, 2 youngsters, and 4 questions here. Hopefully, we'll be very brief. Yes, madam, you have the floor.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I want to come from the perspective of a mother, a concerned mother now, because we've all been able to identify what the problems are. But what are we actually doing, pragmatic things that we can do as mothers, most especially to be able to build our children's confidence, to be able to resist, these drugs, to say no, that, okay, they won't be able to go in that line, so that they'll be confident within themselves that they won't be able to, get involved with drugs. Also, I think if you're able to do like integrated curriculum in our schools, I'm thinking that maybe by teaching the drug, trying to teach them in schools so that they'll be able to know right in school. Because I could recall years ago when I was trying to introduce it to my daughter, and she was even telling me how they've been taught in school already so that they know all the categories of these drugs and their implications. I think if it can be incorporated into a school curriculum right here in Nigeria, it could be, something that will be able to address this menace we're talking about. Also, maybe would it be possible for NGOs as well that are into these areas, where they'll be able to bring, some of these drug addicts into schools, that they'll be able to listen to them, students will be able to listen to them and be able to actually hear firsthand from them what they have experienced, so that it will serve as more of prevention rather than us trying to treat, trying to find intervention. And what are we doing to students as well that are caught in the act? So are they allowed to be expelled, so that at least it can serve as deterrence to other students?
Thank you very much. I think these are valid comments and some questions, and I would like to direct that to one of the children. Are you being taught? Is it part of the curriculum? I know they taught us in social studies. some of these things? Are you being, this issue of drug abuse discussed? I'd like to hear from one of the children in the house, but going to the panel to address, anybody want to take on questions on involvement of mothers and
I just want to make an intervention. By virtue of the interministerial committee coordinated by NDLA, I'm aware that at the federal level there is the drug problem has been built into the curriculum, the school curriculum. I think it's just unfortunate that that has not practically come down to the state level where these things will be taught in schools. So officially, sort of on paper, it's there. It's just that the implementation, I'm not aware, has fully taken off. So that's a major snag there.
Thank you very much. I'm going to answer two of the questions. And the first one has to do with the role of the mothers. Earlier on, one of the speakers made us understand that socialization begins from home. And in psychology and sociology, it's always said as the mother and significant others. So the mother is the most significant of all agents of socialization. So our roles as mothers do not end when the children are already in school. It continues till they're out of the house. The second question has to do with the curriculum. I do know that there was a time educational curriculum has moral values or social values, and where you have religion, you have security education, then you have civic education as one book. I know I wrote security education for a publisher who sells in the North, approved by the government of the North. And one of the topics is drug abuse, but it's not as adequate as what we need for our children to learn and then inculcate the knowledge that they need for drug abuse. Our mothers will have to play an extra role there by informing the children, because if we inform them first, it becomes difficult for anyone else to misinform them. And then the second part, which is still on the curriculum, is I thought you were going to mention it because it's been mentioned in UNODC. UNODC has a curriculum for primary school, secondary school, and tertiary education. And it's called, the curriculum is called Education for Justice, E4J. I'm also a part of E4J, but then I am ambassador for cybercrime education, not drug abuse, because they are for drug abuse, human trafficking, a lot of them, smuggling, there are lots of curriculum. And I think our educational system should adopt what they have, because our problems are not the same, but then we can take some things from there to handle our own problems here. So if the Ministry of Education can adopt some of these things, it will make it easier for our students to learn more, because education now is not just a local education, it's now international, because if they do not learn here, they will learn it on the internet. And it will be bad if they are informed by the internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think this is such an interesting conversation. All right, so before I come to our next adult, I'm going to come to the case. None of you have asked the question, so me, I'll come and ask you a question because I want to hear from you. I think, are they all here or are they scattered around? Oh, they're scattered around. Oh, great. So I'll take one from here and I'll take one from the middle. So can somebody tell me an experience of drug abuse in your school, what you've heard, what you know, and what you think government can do to help in this situation? Who'd like to go first? Yeah, in front of me, you could go first.
Good day to my fellow friends, then to I have a question. I have a question.
So he has a question. Go ahead.
Okay. My question is that if we see someone abusing drug and we try to talk to the person, but the person will refuse, what's the next step we can take?
I think that's a very valid question. So I'm coming to Dr. Adiola for this one. What can he do?
You can inform within the school setting, you should inform your teacher. Hopefully in the school, there will be, I believe that as a takeaway from this forum, there will be teachers that have been trained to know what to do. So confide in a teacher that has been designated as maybe the drug safety, the drug so officer in that school. Confide in them, inform, and they are trained to know what to do. Thank you.
Let me dig further, because sometimes a child sees a friend using drugs and you want to go and tell the teacher. But this teacher said, we get power because the way this guy is already high, there's nothing my teacher can do about this. So let me come to NDLA, because is there some kind of place online he can report, a toll-free number they can call, say, listen, there's something happening in my school, I need help. Can they reach your website, or what can they do to get help? So, because it's one thing to want to help your friend, another thing when the friend doesn't want to be helped and it's constituting a danger to the school.
Definitely, we do encourage, in the spirit of WADA, for every school to have WADA clubs where they can serve as agents themselves. That way, they can monitor who is doing what, so that together they can solve some of these problems. And when it's beyond what the school can do, they are encouraged to liaise with the nearest command of the agency for action. Now, beyond that, we've seen situations, that's why we make ourselves available on social media, because we know quite a number of these young minds are there. So we get a lot of information from them on social media. For instance, on Instagram, NDLA can be reached at NDLA_Nigeria. Until Twitter was suspended, the same thing, NDLA_Nigeria. Then Facebook, NDLA. This, you can come into our inbox, report this. But beyond that, we're working with some other stakeholders to have a national call center, which will come on very soon. That national call center is to serve this purpose, where you can report anonymously. You call in toll-free, report, or for those that are even suffering from addiction or some of these things, they can also get help, because quite a number of people need help, but they don't know how to walk into any of these centers because of the fear of stigmatization. So that call center can provide help for them right in the corner of their homes. Then, sorry, Mrs. Banner mentioned something about expelling some of these students who are found who probably test positive to drug to serve as deterrents. But what we do encourage is, we encourage, especially universities, we encourage schools. Most of them have hospitals, and we do encourage them to have rehab centers attached to these hospitals, so that these children, the moment they are discovered positive, they can be taken to that center and treated. The only thing is they will probably lose some time, maybe a semester or so, and when they are treated, get better, they go back to class, because when you throw them out, it's like you are compounding their problem. Thank you.
Did that answer your question? Uncle, did that answer your question? It's important that your question is answered, because, all right, let me come to the adults with the black suit. Please go ahead, sir.
Good day, everyone. I want to lay emphasis on the issue pertaining to the security personnel that are involved in this act. Because since we have been talking about this particular issue, we've not mentioned about the security. Most of them are alcoholic. They are alcoholic. And I can even relay a particular scenario that happened to me yesterday. A particular army officer came towards me telling me that I was on a one-way, and I tried to talk to him, but I later found out that he was already drunk, and there was nothing I could do. But the only thing I thank God for was that he was not with a gun. He held a knife in his hands, and the next thing I could do was just to snap. He banged at my the windscreen, and he ended all in the name of the fact that he found out that I did not open the door, or neither did I wind down for him to gain access through me. The next thing he did was to collapse, to break my side mirror. So there was nothing I could do than just to keep calm and feel relaxed in the vehicle. Had it been that vehicle do not have it's not centrally locked, I wouldn't have been here today. That's number one. Number two, it is high time that the government should try as much as possible to make use of psychologists, sociologists, and other experts in this line. Let us inculcate them. That is why I'm in contest in what Dr. Adeola said about all these children. What they are facing in school, you don't know. Look at the model that is laying emphasis pertaining to what the student does in school. We need to get involved in what is happening to them in school.
Thank you.
Please.
Fantastic. And I think you alluded to something, a point you've not made here. I don't want to put the NSCDC on the spot, but since your agency is one of the security agencies that we have in the country, it may be a good time to shed a few light on what you're doing or what others do concerning officers of the law who are compromised. They under drug abuse, and they will do their work under the influence of alcohol. So if you permit, I wouldn't force you, I don't want to put you on the spot, but it would be nice to hear what you're doing or what others are doing, because the truth is that these young people see them as role models. You see a police officer who is well dressed, and you say, this is somebody that looks good, and I would like to be like in the future. But when they see them under the influence, it totally disrupts the child. And the other issue you mentioned, just flew off my head, but I think that's equally important. Would you like to take on the security issue? Yeah, please. Would you like to say something? Okay, fantastic. Let me come to you. So the conversation is apt.
I'm Leslie Kadrola Ibrahim. I want to make this correction that in every 12, there's always a Judas. So the point the last speaker made that most of the law enforcement agents are drunkards. They are only most. Thank you very much. Yeah. Not like myself, I don't take drugs. I'm not on anything.
What about that?
Yeah. You see, we can't do without having all this type of elements in every organization. But there are ways to deal with ourselves. When those things happen, when we deal with we deal with them when they are caught, and we'll correct them. And I want to implore the public, anywhere you see such a thing, make sure you know the type of the security agency it belongs to and report to the right organization for necessary action to be taken. Thank you.
I leave Dr. Adeola out of this, I beg. She's from a house on the Tony Robbins Church. They are very Oyinbo in how they do things, please. I understand you. Doesn't mean that intervention is But I hear you. Yes, we all have different angles to this. Okay, all right, that's fine. And I like that we can agree to disagree. It's fine. Thank you very much. Let me take your own question, and I'll take the floor here, and then we wrap up. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
My name is Yinka Banire, the founder of Bank Foundation. Firstly, I want to appreciate the convener of this program, Dr. Moise Banire. And Maria, I want to just give me like 2 minutes. I want to 2 minutes. I believe the convener can do a communique on what we have been discussing today and send it across to all the authorities so that it will be noted that on the 6th of October, this was said but was not attended to. Number 2, I also want to talk about the Madam Aite with her. She has spoken very well. And the mother here too, she did well. But we need to tell ourselves the truth. The fact about it is that we are almost mixed away. Let's look at the question of the day, drug abuse and the future of Nigeria. The future is now, but we are already deviating from the good part. 12 years old children, they are already on the verge of going to destruction. We need to go back to primary school and start our foundation and to be corrected. Number 2, the NDLA, I want to ask a question. Is expired drugs part of drug abuse? Because that one is a killer on its own. If it's part of drug abuse, most of the kiosks we're having in our environment, they are selling drug abuse. And they are practicing drug abuse and they are selling expired drugs. So if that one is not taken care, I think we are just taking things from the up, we're not taking it from the roots. That is the reason why we need to take the values from the family, several orientation, and ensure that mothers has been taken care because they are the major impact building in this category. And on the final note, we're talking about how to manage this. We need to curb this risk before they start happening. We need to go back to the cities in our communities, talking to the landlord, because this drug abuse are not something to be done openly. It's always hideouts. They don't want the family to see it. They don't want. We need to go back there. Let the CDE have a documentary evidence to be taken care of when this issue arises in the community. And the landlord, because those are the only grassroots that can use to curb this situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since these are valid comments and support to the discussion today, I'm going to wrap up on the floor, but I just need one more teenager or one more student, and I'm coming to the middle side. Either you have a question or I ask you a question. So when I come to you, if you say, and I'm already laughing, it is you I'm coming to. So either you have a question or I ask it. Do you have a question? Oh, please, you want to ask? Oh, fantastic. Please, go ahead.
Asked the question of, he said, have we been taught about drug abuse? What did we learn and how can the government impact it? Okay, yes, we have been taught in civic and I think government also under the topic of cultism, some topics were drug abuse there. And I learned that there is no gain in it. We just impact negative things in our life, like mental health and abuse, stuff like that. And how I think the government can impact it is the touts around us, come, fish them out, bring them out, and it's really disturbing and discouraging. And I really feel the force should be really enforced on them. So just more things.
Fantastic. And I think that's a fantastic way to end the questions from the floor, because the truth is there are touts around us, and I know that those are work on nature education. And one of the problems I've had is the fact that touts actually use the schools. When the kids are gone, they use them as holding places where they go there sometimes to have all sorts of, you come back in the morning from school and you're sweeping cigarettes, Indian hemp, all sort of things. It happens, that's the reality these people are faced with. So we have to wrap up. Unfortunately, I know more hands are coming up, but hey, I have the mic, so I'm in charge here. I will take just 2 questions from the people that have written out. Interestingly, I have 3 questions, very similar, and I'll come to, I'm not sure who wants to take this. And they're all about something called Akala. I don't know what it is. Sorry? You see, one says, what is NDLA doing to stop the distribution base of hand drugs like Akala in Mushi? I thought the name of the governor. But initially I thought, is it former governor Akala that you're talking about? I didn't know. I was wondering. So when I now saw another question again, can you call Akala? I mean, which one that? So, sir, please, what's Akala? And then 3 questions. Another one said, we all know that Akala is the conglomerate of all kinds of drugs. Is there anything that NDLENG is doing regarding that? So in Mushi community.
I'm surprised you don't know why it's called Akala in Mushi. I'm tempted to, when the name of Akala came up, I'm tempted to say something, but that will probably jeopardize some things the agency is doing at the moment. So permit me to keep quiet on that, but I can tell you that problem will be appropriately sorted out. Then somebody talked about security agency involvement, and I think the officer from the NCD and the Civil Defense has also reacted to that. But from my end, I will say that if you look at in some of our interventions, we have always taken on the individuals because they don't represent those organizations. So we take on the individuals, and in most cases we refer to them as fake because no genuine law enforcement officer will get involved in trafficking or abuse of illicit drugs. And so because nobody is above the law, the fact that you wear uniform does not offer you any immunity. And then I think we have been taking them out one after the other. Take them, refer them to the organizations for disciplinary measures, after which they are transferred back to the agency for prosecution. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, thank you very much. Let me take.
Thank you very much. Just to clarify, I think this question was asked earlier on about expired medications and so on. These are actually not part of the psychoactive substances we are discussing, right? Ordinarily, before any medication is dispensed, of course, it should have a NAFDAC registration number, expiring date, and so on. That ordinarily is under the purview of NAFDAC, and it is not expected that we take any medication that is expired or that does not have NAFDAC registration number. And another question relating to whether lifting, coffee and other things were included in the National Drug Use Survey. It is actually not. Even cigarettes and alcohol is not part of the 14-point-something million that the survey reported. Alcohol, cigarette, cola nut and things like that are usually referred to as social drugs, right? Even though they have their consequences, they are not part of the substances recorded in that survey. Just to clarify that. Incidentally, I was part of those who conducted the survey and reported in 2018. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think our time is far spent. I think this is one of the most informative, educative, enlightening conferences or seminars I've been in a very long time. Thank you very much, sirs and madam. for today. I think we learned quite a bit. I'd like to thank those online who joined us from all over. I think we had quite a number of them. Thank you very much. And I'd also like to acknowledge the New Beacon International in Abuja. They actually played this live for their students. Please give them a round of applause. And it goes a long way because we understand the importance of this matter of drug abuse, substance abuse, and it's a community effort. If there's anything we've taken from this is that, listen, it's a community effort. Every community is distinct and is peculiar, and everybody would have to customize the best way to reach their own individual citizens within their communities. It's been a great afternoon. I'm going to call for the vote of thanks in a moment, but before then, I must say that refreshments are being served, so please. So I'm told that the refreshments are outside and served. I'd like to crave the indulgence of our children and the teachers to kindly stay behind in the hall because you'll be served separately. And then those of you out can go out to the lounge for your own refreshments. Okay, so I'm told vote of thanks, and I've just lost the person who is supposed to do the vote of thanks. I'd like to invite, I can't even say the name again. Is it with you? Okay, Otumba Femi Okenla, that will be the gentleman doing the vote of thanks. Please, could you give him a round of applause as I invite Otumba Femi Okenla to the podium. Thank you very much. I apologize.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I must say this is a very, very interesting discussion we've had today. We've been kept here for 4 hours. It shows that it's a very important discourse for this nation. And I recollect when we started about 11 o'clock, one of the discussants said, Nigeria is in crisis. Indeed, Nigeria is indeed in crisis. And we just have to do all we have to do to make the country to be a better place. On behalf of UAC, which I'm also a member of UAC, I would like to thank all of our discussants today, especially Brigadier General Buba Marwa, who actually said he was looking for a technology by where we can have by presence. But I can actually tell you there's no need for that technology because it was ably represented by Mr. Baba Femi, my able brother, because he couldn't have done more even if he was here. Mr. Baba Femi, the Director of Publicity, handled it very well. On behalf of UAC, please accept our. Okay. I would also like to thank Dr. Adeola Majiagbe for your beautiful discussion on these matters, especially the spiritual aspect you brought it to it. It's a very, very intuition. And I think I continue to thank you on behalf of UAC to thank your organization for what you're doing in this respect. So also, Dr. Adedeji Oyenuga, we thank you so much for coming. And we are very grateful for having spent the time to prepare your slides. It was very, very instructive. Also, Dr. Martin Osade, I like your instructive ways and your intervention in this regard. We thank you so much for the time you've taken to be with us, and God be with you also. Again, my brother, Baba Femi Badida, thank you so much. And again, Dr. Adadevo, we thank you so much for having spared the time, not only the time you spent to get ready to come here, and also the 4 hours you've been here for. We thank you so much. I will not leave our moderator out of this. We thank you so much for coming around, and you actually stretch our time. Because I remember when we were planning, it was supposed to be for 2.5 hours, but your beautiful intervention involving a lot of people has really made. So we thank you for that. Thank you. Also, we have a lot of security forces here. We have the Commandant, 9th Brigade, Nigerian Army, ably represented. We thank you for coming. Thank you so much, sir. We have the Commandant of NCDC also present here, ably represented. We thank you for your efforts being taken. Area Hive Command also is also present, ably represented. We have the CDCs, we have the CDAs. We thank all the students and teachers. Well, most importantly, I want to thank all of you for being here.
if you are not selfless, I'm sure you won't be here. You're here because you have a feeling and passion for what is happening in the country. None of us is dog addicts, I'm certain. Or if we are, we've been cleaned out. So, but for you to come here means you're very interested in what is happening and you want to have an input. So let your takeaway be when you get to what you want to do to make sure this does not become a scourge in the nation. It's a major problem, I can see. The prevalence factor I understand was 14%. It's very, very scary. So that's what vote of thanks. But I want to go out of precedence or protocol. I'm here only for vote of thanks. But there's a selfless gentleman here I think we should recognize. I haven't got his permission to do this. Neither is he aware of what we're about to do. It happens that today happens to be his birthday. Maybe now he knows what he's saying. It's the person of our convener, and it's one person I respect personally, just because of his selflessness and the things he does, So I want you all, please, on behalf of UAC, we've taken this out of protocol. It's not what, it's just a coincidental celebration that we should celebrate this gentleman. It's our convener, we respect him, to wish him happy birthday on our behalf. So may I just implore you on behalf of myself, the UAC, and on behalf of Mrs. Banner, who is present here, to wish her darling convener happy birthday. Happy birthday. And we have a beautiful cake for you on behalf of UAC. Thank you. So can Dr. Banner come, please? So he's such a gentleman, and he has been very, very active in the public policy and contributed a lot to the country. I think he's a person that deserves more than this, but this is what we can give you. We wish you happy birthday and long life and prosperity. So may we just sing happy birthday for him, please. Mrs. Bandia, please, can you join? Sorry, I didn't. No, don't take a minute. Yes, on the count of, I would say UAC, then you can cut the cake. UAC. Happy birthday. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. And so say all of us. Hooray! And so say all of us, hooray! And so say all of us, hooray! For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow. And so say all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.